Yellow, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I at some point I muted our waiting music, and I'm so sorry. Apparently, you guys were out here just in silence. I had no idea. Big apologies, huge apologies. I just saw it was muted. Hey, Lysander, how are you doing today? I just need to clear my desktop a little bit and also add this alt text to this announcement, the stream announcement, and then we're gonna be Gucci. But I hope y'all are doing well today. I hope you guys are ready. I spent so much time. Let me tell you, this game was a lot longer than I thought it was. So, oh my god, I cannot tell you. Digitally engraved. And a feather coming out of it. Text over it says, oh, we're almost there, in yellow. Game night. In white text. Almanac of Sanguine Path. Let me tell you, I'm at the point where I have not. I like words don't seem like words anymore. You guys ever get that when you look at a word and it just doesn't mean anything to you anymore? Because that's me. Almanac has no meaning to me anymore. I have written the word so much in the past, like 24 hours. And it no longer means anything. Also, forfeit no longer looks like a real word. We were on thin ice to start with the word forfeit. And it no longer is a real word to me. Principal also isn't a real word to me anymore. Werewolf, I'm pretty sure I no longer know how to spell werewolf. It just is a mush of lines and curves. And oh man, what's another word? Develop and declare are just the same word to me. I could use them interchangeably in various sentences. It has been, like I said, this game is a lot longer than I thought it was. I thought I was almost done. I think like on Monday or Wednesday last week or something. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm almost done. I just need like a little bit more work on this. And then like, boom, we're done. And then I'm, smooth sailing. Yeah. Aside from me just like being sick. The next like 20 pages that I needed to go through were jam-packed with things I needed to know, turns out. And, you ever know? Because I know. I don't know, actually. We can switch over to... Nope, that's the wrong one. This one over here. Hopefully I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Hi, hello, how are we doing today? Hope we're all doing good. Do I need anything aside from these two things playing? I don't think so. I think we can move this up a little bit sound-wise, so you can hear it a little bit better. But hopefully it still isn't above me. I don't think I need my desktop for anything. Oh, whatever this is needs to go above me. Hold on. Boop. Hi, how are you guys doing? I hope you're doing well today. I hope you guys are ready for some Sanguine Path today. I am very excited. I've been working on this for a while. And like I said, I kind of wish this was what I chose to do Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's not the worst thing that could have happened there. I'm still on the screen. Boop. I'm just posting this on the secondary. I misspelled adventures. You know what? That's fine. I cannot describe to you how much I've typed. I'm pretty sure I need to I need to tune up my keyboard. I've been typing so much that I can feel the keys getting wobblier. It's wild. Yeah, I wrote PB plays inside. I must have just erased that one thing. All right. I have that going. All right, we're Gucci. Yeah, sure, save it. Don't know what we're saving, but I'm saving it. I have written a lot, but I'm ready. I'm prepared mentally, physically, emotionally. I hope you guys are. Oh man, I need one more second. So Sanguine Paths, Almanac of Sanguine Paths is a journaling TTRPG in wherein you are a werewolf who has come into possession of this mysterious almanac in which there's a lot of stuff about being a werewolf. Not only that, you start receiving letters from another werewolf. You don't know who they are aside from how they introduce themselves. And you just kind of have to trust that they're that it's not a malicious person, I guess is just the best way to put it. You know what? I'll just add a command. Sanguine. No. Okay. Cool. Sanguine. Find the Almanac of Sanguine Path. Let me tell you, I didn't type out werewolf as much as I thought I was going to type out. Trooper, hello, I'm going to take you with me on my phone while I make dinner, so I'll be here enjoying but not chatting. Hey, you do your thing, Trooper. I for one, am just happy that you're eating, and feeding yourself, and you're feeling well enough to be eating. I hope, you have you enjoy, the game while you make some food. All right, we now have a command for this. I mean, I would argue that you should eat today. I think that's a good idea. But yeah, so you have found an almanac, which is almost a guide, but it is so chock full of stuff and information that it's hard for you to get through it all at once. And even still, when you go back through it, you find yourself finding more things in it. And sometimes less things in it. It's a very odd experience you're going through. And you're experiencing this at the same time as another werewolf whom you are in communication with via letter. And you both are kind of communicating your ways through all of this. And you are aware that this almanac is not a benevolent source. This almanac comes from a person, a group of power. And when where there is give, there is also take. So you are living in a balance at the moment. From the moment you receive the almanac, in which there is a price to pay, that there is a comeback to having all this information at your fingertips, and possibly there is more that will be offered to you along with the Almanac, and it becomes your choice how you want to approach the situation you're in and the situations that will come at you as you continue on. The longer you have the Almanac in your hands, the longer you have to make tough choices. A wolf people? Yeah, I think a werewolf? Who wolf? How wolf? Why wolf? Hello, wonderful people, wolf people. Hey, Pope. How you doing? And therefore, today, that's what we're going to be doing. Now, this is a journaling game. However, I am not going to be physically typing out anything. I'm not going to be writing anything down in a novel. What I'm going to be doing is we're going to be doing an old school oral conversation, and how do you say this? And sharing this story, that what I would journal aloud in that medium, as opposed to writing it down, just because this is Twitch, and you guys sitting there and listening to me clickety clackety away is not the most invigorating content, and I'd rather just talk it out with you guys. So that is how this game works. It's also tarot driven, so we will be pulling from our major arcana and our minor arcana, and we're going to be allowing those prompts to kind of lead us through this story. There is no particular setting. There are no particular rules for who our werewolves are, what the world is, how you interact with humanity. All of that we are coming up with. We are creating the world. As we go, we create the rules. So if you guys don't if you guys don't vibe with the rules of my werewolves in my world, that's fine. When you want to play this game, you can create the rules of your universe how you see fit. Also, there is no set setting. So if you want to play in Lovecraftian London, you want to play in Victorian England, in future times, in cyberpunk times, in ancient times, whenever you want to play this game, you can. So that is all up to you. You are given the tools to play whenever, wherever, however you want. And this is a game about where you are a werewolf, you are with another werewolf, and a secret society has sent you an almanac, and they want you to do things in order to gain more power, more information, lead you to a goal of yours. It's a game about ambition. It's a game about, figuring some stuff out. So things won't be all hunky-dory. There are going to be content warnings of probably death, probably some tellings of some sort of werewolfy injuries and damages werewolves can do. There's going to be things that are a little sad, things that are going to be a little happy, things that are a little, off kilter, because this is a time of the creepies. It is time of the scaries. So we're going to bring a little bit of that into this today. And today we're also bringing in, as I was reading through I was talking earlier, this was a much longer game than I thought it was. So I came up with the concept of my character pretty early on in this, and it has only been further reinforced in the next 30 pages. 30 pages is real generous. I still had to go through a lot of stuff. This is a great game. This is a very in-depth game. I very much recommend it to you. It is the Almanac of Sanguine Past by Rory Montefort. It is very cool, and I can't wait to show you guys it. So I think let's get started. So first and foremost, what is the tone? What is the atmosphere? Where do we want to, what kind of story do we want to tell? And in this case, it's going to be kind of solving a mystery while also being kind of an influence to somebody else. We are going to be exploring some supernatural, other supernatural creatures, and there's going to be maybe conspiracies. There's going to be betrayals. And for the most part, this is a story insulated around werewolf society. While we will be interacting with humanity, you know, because we are still human, we're also a werewolf. There's a fine balance there. So we will be interacting with humanity, but this story is not about them. It's going to be about us as werewolves and werewolf society and whoever gave us this almanac. We're going to be finding ourselves in a kind of a Badlands area, flat. The vegetation around is prickly, woody, hardy, cacti, where it's cold at night and hot in the day. A time where, starting off, where to get information about what's happening in the world around you, you'd have to go into town, and there'd have to be people coming, and it's all shared between one another. It's all a kind of a game of telephone at this point. And what the people who visit the town say is kind of what you know the world to be at that time. That and what you're living in, what you're experiencing. It's a quiet little time. You have your own home, your own space, your own family. And the story is going to take place over several decades. We're going to see us evolve from carriages coming by every couple of weeks, bringing news as they pass by, to a time where information is very easily obtained. We'll see glimpses as we go in to meet who we are. Glimpses of a wolf large in size. Wolves are large, don't get me wrong, but larger than even then, the size of moose, the size of bison, larger maybe even. Wild eyes, large canines, paws larger than a torso, terrifying to look at. Running on all fours in a speed you don't wish anyone to be at the other end of. Running off into the distance in these flat lands, you can see something coming and going from long, which is a good thing, but also a bad thing, because when you don't have a way to get away fast, well, then that means you can just see death coming at you from farther away. Long enough that fear comes and goes as you try and think of a way out of your situation. And if you ever have the misfortune of coming up close with this creature, this wolf, this more than wolf, you see their eyes before their mouth. You'll see nothing but a frenzy of an animal. hungry for the kill before they pounce, and you know nothing but darkness. We'll see glimpses of a small home in the side of a not so much a mountain, but a not a boulder either, but of just the side of a large rocky hillside, one made of stone and dried mud bricks, occasional wood accents here and there, as it holds the structure and giving the structure some sort of shape. It's small, quaint. A cot, a chest full of clothing overflowing, maps of various places, topographical even. If you didn't know any better, you'd think that this was a cartographer of some sort living here. There's charcoal and rolls of paper here and there. There are, in the wall far from the entrance, in the back of the home, with one very large map. A map of the continental United States. Newly expanded. A little bit of the United States and also Mexico on there as it creeps up the coast, the Pacific coast. And on it, you see pins here and there with twine going from one to another, to another pin, to another pin. You see marks of charcoal going from one point to another, circles, X's everywhere. And maybe places visited, maybe places to go. You're not sure. It comes in and out of Mexico, in and out of Canada. Never really reaching further than places like Ohio, Virginia. Never touching the Atlantic, but always middle to west of the continental US. And more. And so, as we extend back from this location, hearing a door close, pulling back and pulling back, we come back to an image of a werewolf and what a werewolf means in this universe that we're creating here. And a werewolf in this universe, in this game, you are given a list of traits to give your werewolf. You're given the opportunity to choose 4 words, 2 blessings, 2 curses to describe what a werewolf is. And to give you an example of what that would look like, we have words like twisted, lust, claws, plague bearer. And I've set it up in this way because it's a list of about, if I'm remembering correctly, of 87 traits to choose from. However, As you guys heard before, I have an idea of what a werewolf may look like in this universe. Large, menacing, and out of control. When they're a werewolf, we have 2 blessings, 2 curses. Curse to not remember what happens when they transform. Curse to not remember what happens, what they did when they wake up the next morning after a full moon. Blessed, or cursed, depending which way you look at it, of a long life. Blessed with nigh immortality. If you don't know how to stop them, that is. And the blessing of supernatural powers. Enhanced senses, sure, but that comes at the territory. I mean, what is a wolf without their sense of smell, without their sense of hearing, even? No, werewolves in this time, they have extra senses. Senses not known to humans. The ability to pinpoint other supernaturals. That sense of smell enhanced with the sanguine curse that's placed on them, giving them otherworldly abilities to smell others out there. And even more special traits pop up when you're in the pack, being able to communicate with each other when you're in the werewolf form. Not that you would know it because you don't remember anything when you wake up, but us, the audience, knows that the ability to communicate thoughts, emotions before even, without having to say a word in so many words. And another trait that will come up a little bit later in our tale. 2 blessings, 2 curses, long life, nigh immortality, otherworldly senses. It's not all bad, but it's also not all good. Now, when we think of humanity in this world, we get another opportunity to choose 4 words from a large list of things. Again, a very long list. I think it was like 50-something choices. We choose 2 traits that werewolves admire about humanity and 2 traits that werewolves despise about humanity. You deplore society as it develops, as communities become more tight-knit as they explore further and further west. Obviously, people already exist in the West. They already have their own world, their own lives. Hey, Sphinx, how you doing? Their own means of communication, their own paths in between each other. But as people continue to explore towards the West, they keep settling down, creating little societies on themselves, lawless in most cases. Really a thorn in the side of anyone in the area, and worst of all, it's tight-knit. idiots as they may be, dying to malnutrition because they don't know how to live in these parts of the world, means that it becomes more and more difficult to find safe places to spend the full moon, as these little settlements crop up in the middle of seemingly nowhere, places where no settlements should arise considering their lack of resources nearby. But, you know, who's going to stop them from making terrible choices and somehow surviving? They're restless. They can't sit in one spot. Almost deliberately making the world more difficult for themselves. There's more things that go knocking at night that aren't werewolves. Werewolves are dangerous, but really only once, maybe twice a month, in a very specific time of the month. And survival instinct, for the most part, kind of kicks in when the moon is full. A lot of people typically haven't gone off in the middle of nowhere to take a walk. But somehow, some way, these new settlements popping in have just not an ounce of survival instinct. And if you are the type that doesn't want to go out and cause a ruckus by interfering with humans when you're transformed, well, considering you can't remember except when you wake up and you find hair instead of blood on you, well, that's when you know things didn't go the way you wished the previous night. I don't like any of those. D's wealth speed. I don't think I like any of those either. I'm looking for blessings, so I'm trying to look for good things. Oh, I've chosen the wrong thing. Hold on. Here we go. Things I do like about them. Yeah, let's say that. So superstitious. Lack of survival instinct from the newcomers, sure. But from the old, from the people of the land, you admire their superstitions for being right. They don't know. You know they don't know because you've read what they've written. You've heard their stories, their tales, cautionary tales about stories to convince children not to go out at night and get caught by a coyote, to not get caught by wolves, to not get trampled by meese bison. Stories to help protect them from the dangers of the world. Their known world. And maybe someone did know back in the day when these stories were first come up with, but their stories, their superstitions help them also against the otherworldly, the vampires, werewolves, and more out there. Their superstitions keep them safe. As it should, because it's a delicate balance, life between otherworldly beings and nature. You have to make sure humans live long enough to continue the world spinning, to keep their world spinning, our world spinning. Because unfortunately, we share this rock, and they are the majority, even if it would be very easy to make it not so. So they keep their little superstitions and keep themselves safe against the scarier things at night. And you admire their push for better. Their push to the west, setting up settlements where they have no rights to survive, let alone thrive. The technology they keep coming up with, the innovation. In your world, in your society, in werewolf society, there is innovation, but it's slow going. Having to live your life around a full moon, having to make sure you don't really interact much with others. You live a long life. So you can't stay in one spot for too long before others notice that you're not really aging, not the same they are. And people begin to get suspicious when you stop coming around on certain days of the month. There's only so much you can come up with as an excuse. Because some people won't take excuses, but you admire their tenacity for advancement. You admire the inventions of convenience that keep coming and seems to not stop. Living a long life, it's good to see the world is still advancing when yours feels like it's kind of crawled to a stop. Now, when it comes to world society, we're self-sufficient. A self-sufficient society. Some people choose to run in packs. Sometimes it's safer that way. Sometimes it's not. It depends where you are. Depends how many people live in your area. You don't really go around and seeing some of those new settlements being set up by packs of werewolves. And at a certain point, you can't have too many in one spot. It's like cooks. You can't have too many cooks in the kitchen. They kind of just start interfering with each other. And so werewolves, long living, nigh immortality. Some of that translates to otherworldly powers, the senses, the super senses you get as a werewolf. Maybe they're not so much super, but rather just what a wolf experiences on a day-to-day. It's hard to tell. You've never been a wolf. You've only been the were variety. But you learn to track prey down. You never go hungry. Let's just put it that way. There is alienation within the society. You are a society. When you come across one another, it's kind of easy to tell when somebody is kind of off the deep end here. When someone is no longer in control of their wolf and the wolf is in control of them. People like that are shunned, if not taken care of by the elders in the society. You can't have a werewolf in a frenzy. A werewolf who can't control themselves becomes dangerous, able to transform on nights that aren't full. And at that point, it is dangerous for all werewolves. If a confirmed story comes out about a werewolf, well then, that wouldn't be good for anybody, now would it? There's already monster hunters around the world looking for their next trophy. You don't want you don't want them making any more of a ruckus. So there's a series of checks and balances within the society. And with it comes consequences of where you are and aren't allowed in. Packs are territorial, but not violently territorial. But they will clean up and take care of any issues that arise in their territories. There's conflict in how werewolves conduct their business in and out of dealing with humans. Some think that we should continue to rise. We have all these abilities, a long life, nigh immortality. There's so much that a werewolf could do. Imagine the cities we could see rise and help succeed and make sure people don't ever go hungry. And others argue that, we have super senses and super abilities, but we're out of control some nights. And if we let that power, if we let that headiness get to us, who knows what could happen to the people you would so care for in your society. No, it's better if we lay on the outskirts of town, of society, of human society. Let us just, work with ourselves. Make sure that we teach others how to exist. Not create an army of werewolves, but just deal with those that do exist. We're long lasting. You don't need to have many werewolves to have a good thing going. But some think that the more werewolves there are, one day we'll be able to take over. And therefore lies the conflict. Top of the food chain or on the outskirts of society? Who knows? I think that's all of them. And so there is this conflict brewing as humanity seems to be speed running settlement and advancement. With every given year, every given decade, more and more people come to exist. The more they populate unpopulated areas, places that were once desolate, now bustling towns. The migration of animals changes as they circumvent these towns. It becomes a matter of when humanity will come into contact with werewolf society rather than if they will, or preventing them from. But that's always the crux of the story, isn't it? When humanity and werewolves come together, they clash. What does that mean for us? On a smaller level, a lot of people talk large, but what about us? We become werewolves in one way. Why aren't we talking more about that? And so, as the door closes behind us on the walk into our cool little mud brick home on the side of this cliffside. Our maps strewn all over. We take off our boots, our jacket, shake it off, leave it at the front door as we continue on to place down the pail of water that we went to go collect. We grab a cup and wash our face, wash the red dust off of us before taking a nice long drink. We sit down, and on this little ramshackle table that you were able to buy off of some crazy settlers coming from the east, came with way more than they should have. They were running their horses and mules ragged, pulling them through the west. They were offloading what they could, selling what they could to be able to buy food rations to get them further west. Why they wanted to get further west, who knows? Plenty of towns they could have stopped in, including the one you just came from. Or the one that you came from when you bought this table. It's a nice table. Didn't cost much. Like I said, they were pretty desperate. But it's not the table that matters. It's what's on top of it. It's the Almanac. You'd been in possession for it a couple of weeks now. Just showed up one day. Had your name on it. From no one in particular. Wrapped up in some brown paper and twine. And when you opened it up, there it was. A collection of, you'd call it a book, but it definitely looks more like a journal of sorts. Papers protruding, different sizes, different colors inside, some colorful, some normal black and white, some of them peeling old. You flip through it and there's still pages you've yet to see, and yet some you see all the time. You still don't really know what to make of it. You're mostly concerned that someone dropped this off with your name on it. Because inside is all about information about being a werewolf. Advice from times past. The beginning of how to, what do you do when. It's weird. And weirder yet was the letter that you received a week later. What does that mean? You know? What do they mean? When it came to getting this almanac. You looked at it, and inside fell a letter, another letter, not the one you received from a young person across the pond. They spoke oddly. Well, wrote oddly. From Great Britain, they said. You don't really know what's so great about it, but they wrote to you, confused, alarmed, and questioning everything. Young, both in age and in being a werewolf. You hadn't replied yet. The letter was still sitting there in a pile of other pieces of paper. Maybe you'd recycle it. You don't know yet. because the almanac is what has kept you engaged. This other letter that fell out told you about the almanac. You don't think this letter came from who gave you the almanac, who dropped it off at your doorstep, so to say. No, this is from someone else telling you that this almanac, with it comes the ability to accomplish your every goal, to learn how to hone your powers, your abilities as a werewolf. But with it comes a price, always a price. And to unlock the true potentiality of this almanac, you had to swear on it. Doesn't matter what your oath is, but you have to swear an oath upon this almanac. Something that you will accomplish, and with it, you will receive everything you want. And so as you're sitting there after a long day out in the nearest settlement, coming back, getting some water for your meal later today, you sit there looking at this almanac. We sit there looking at this almanac. You thought it over. It had been 2 weeks now. And really, there'd only been one goal left in your life. And, well, if this is what it took, this is what it takes. So you put a hand on the almanac and you feel a little silly until you start to feel something run up your arm, past your palm, up your forearm, around your shoulders, as you say, I soul swear upon this book that I will kill the one who killed my family. I swear an oath of revenge. And as you say that last little bit, you feel something, you don't know what, it sends a chill and a spark both up and down your spine. And you close your eyes and you open them again and it's night. You look around, you don't know what's happened. Your pail of water has grown cold. You look out, the moon is high in the sky. You've been out for half a day at least. And then you look back down at the almanac. Looks exactly the same. Nothing has changed. But when you go to open it again, flip through it, see what's inside of it, you're taken back to the moment you first became a werewolf. It's not a good memory. It's a bad memory. It's the worst memory. It's one you try not to think about, but it's all you ever can think about. You were out in the north, had a nice little cabin you had built up. You, Sol, and your partner, Mariel, and your son, Marco. Nice little cabin. It's just the three of you guys as you sit there and in seeing a memory of the day, going through your chores, eating a hearty meal. It had been a good hunt. A rabbit you'd found and able to capture, and you were able to make a nice stew out of it. Playing a game with your son Marcus and Maria laughing. And then it was your turn to set up outside, gun in hand. It's still dangerous out in the world. Bears, wolves. Most things avoid you, knowing better. But sometimes things are desperate and they come looking for absolvement in your cabin. And well, only things allowed in your cabin are you, your partner, and your son. And so you sit there, gun loaded, on your chair on the lookout, making sure nothing comes. And if something does, it's a shoot first, ask questions later kind of affair. Because no one in their right mind is showing up at your cabin in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night. And so, as you sit there, looking out into the darkness, out of the corner of your eye, you see these unbelievably yellow eyes. You blink and they're closer. You don't think, you just point, you aim, and you shoot. But you blink again, and those eyes appear out of the tree line as they bound towards you. You don't really have time to reload one of these old guns, old muskets. All you can do is try to reach for your knife as this unnaturally large beast runs up to you. A wolf, maybe? A bear? You can't tell. It's too dark and your adrenaline has picked up as this thing charges towards you. You barely get a chance to raise your knife before you are able to do anything. Maybe just scratch this beast. It's hard to tell because the next moment you're being knocked against the house. You blink, you wake up again in agony and pain. As you close your eyes again, you try to swing at this thing that has you in its maws, but you find you can't really move. And as you blink, you're on the ground this time, and you think about Marielle and your son. You have to stop this thing before it gets to them, and you reach out and blink again. This time, knife on the ground. It's wet, and you hear a scream. Marielle. And you go and you crawl and you try and you keep opening and closing your eyes and hearing, feeling, seeing something new. The pain is staggering and you can't feel most of your body, but you have to do something. You have to try. You can't really see much when you manage to get in to the now destroyed door. You don't remember really what you saw. You mostly remember what you felt, what you feel. You feel a cold hand. You blink. And you see dark hair. Marcus? You blink again. And you hear a howl in the background. As you close your eyes again. And this time, when you open them again, the sun is blinding you, beaming into your eyes. You take stock of your body. You wake up with a start. You're a little sore, but you stretch. You feel one leg. You feel the other. You're sticky. And you go to stand up, one hand into the other. One slipping a little bit, but you catch yourself. It's hard to see. You try to clear eyes, and in front of you is the worst thing you've ever seen and the worst thing you will ever see. And you blink and you're back, sitting in front of this almanac, looking at it. And you remember your oath from last night. It's been decades since that happened. You look over to the wall, the map, the twine, the pins, all locations you've gone and still not found them. The one bad thing about werewolves is that almost every day of the year they're human. And you don't know what they look like human. But you'll never forget what they look like. You'll never forget their wolf. You'll never forget the wolf that cursed you with this long life of immortality, a life without your family, to curse you to live when they died. You know now, having read the Almanac, what it takes a sire to make another werewolf. And how unlucky you were to have somehow been able to nick a werewolf enough of their blood to get into your stream, into one of their bites. And so you look at the letter again, sent by this young kid. 16, he said? Orphan. And working at the docks, and had the displeasure of meeting a werewolf face to face and living to tell the tale about it. And you think, why the hell not? Handle his ass. And so you set out, grab a blank piece of paper from the piles you have. You making sure to pick up some at the settlement every single time you pass by. And you tell him a little bit about a condensed story. Not as gruesome and not as detailed. Just a simple encountered a werewolf when you lived in the cabin alone and lived to tell the tale, just like him. You tell him your name is Soul. And you live in North America, I think is what they call it. And you don't have a set home, you travel a lot. And so you begin to inform him a little bit about yourself, some of the things we've gone over ourselves. And so let me just make sure I've done all of the stuff that I need to have done at this point. I'm just making sure I've done everything correctly. We're in the letter phase? Okay. So tell a tale of everything we just spoke about, but in a kid-friendly way almost. 16 is old enough to be an adult, to go out and hunt on your own at this point, but you still feel for this kid. You wouldn't wish this life really on anyone, and really don't understand those who want to bring more into this world. So, you tell him about how you became a werewolf. Tell him how you travel. And you tell him that you're looking for somebody, and you just haven't been able to find them yet. And you ask him, Johnny, his name is. Ask Johnny, hey, tell me more about your life. You work at the dock? What do you do? Are you still going to work there? Anywhere you ever want to go visit? Just some easy questions, hoping to calm Johnny down. Now that you know how this letter's going to get to Johnny. He sent a return address, but you're a little while away from Great Britain, let alone the coast. But you entertain this idea of answering Johnny back. And you wish him the best as you send the letter away. And as you sit there, letter gone, it's just you, the almanac, and your maps again. What will you... The full moon is tomorrow. You've already lost half a day. But that's okay. You really only live for full moons at this point. Full moons and travel. Because there is a split moment right before you transform and you forget the night, where you can see through the eyes of your sire. You can see where they are, what they see, and it's not always useful. Nights are dark and it's hard to see. But sometimes you can see something in the distance, and you spend the entire month trying to figure out where it is. Unfortunately for you, they don't spend long in any one given spot, a year at most, months at best. But you have to try. It's the only thing you have, the only clue you have to get you any closer to your sire. What they see in the feeling, seconds before you turn yourself. So you go off and get ready for the next full moon. And that's when we get to draw a card from the major arcana. Let's see what we get. Nope, that's clear. There we go. We have the star. So the way that this works, the way that this works is that during the Almanac phase, that's what this is called, we draw one card from the major arcana. We write this card down so we know that, hey, we've already pulled this card because I didn't have time to figure out how to only to write. I say I as if I have the coding prowess. My friend who helped me, who wrote the script, wrote the script for me on randomly rolling, is off to Big Bad Con. So I didn't think it would be great to be like, hey, can you, while you're on this plane going across the country, could you could you do this little script for me? I'd really appreciate it. So we rolled the star. So yeah, we're not supposed to roll the same thing over and over again. So if we get the star again or anything else, we'll just re-roll. Easy enough, I'd say. So we draw one and we have to resolve the prompt. And resolve all the asset developments, so these over here to my, what is that for you guys? Your left? That's the left of your screen. Onto the left, these are our assets right here. Our location, an actor, a scar, and our ambition are all assets. And that's how and forfeit, suffer, and regress is what we have to do with those assets. And over here on most likely my right, that is our prompt. I want you to know I did my best to get this in as few words as I possibly could. But this is a very well-written book with a lot of prose in it. And it's real hard to condense this into sentences that are as readable on stream. And most importantly for me, so I can read it. But hey, Prax, how you doing today? I'm going to take a quick drink of water before we read this all together. Oh, good. I remember this one. An envelope arrives with an address faded and old. Inside you find a bloodied wolf's canine and letter blaming you for everything wrong in their life. They know what you are and where you live. You see quotes from the Almanac in the letter. What do you fear they'll do if you don't stop them? What do I fear if I don't stop them? And so, one thing to note is this game gives you these like pretty straightforward prompts, with kind of like a pretty set, straight, linear line to follow. However, you don't have to. If you don't like the card or don't think it follows like the narrative kind of, then you can just like ignore it. I'm not going to ignore this one, but just so you guys know, if there's a point where I'm just like, ooh, that really doesn't like gel well with how I want to like end the story or something, then that's what we're going to do. Also, we are playing with the single player rules. If you guys are familiar with the game, we are playing with the variant rule, a brief correspondence. And that is an effort for me to not create a fully fleshed second character and instead just have a buddy I can be like, this is what they said, instead of having to do everything I just did, but for somebody else. I'll F this person up for their rude behavior. I fear that I will, yeah. I fear that they're going to fuck around and find out. So what we have to do is over here. So a location is pretty self-explanatory. Forfeit just means you have to give it up. you just have to give it up. A forfeit is you just have to say bye bye. Bye bye. And so basically it just means you just have to leave, which is fine. Forfeit and an actor is a person of interest. So it's either a human, a werewolf, a supernatural creature. That is a named NPC, essentially, is what you have to give up here. A scar, suffer a scar. So scar is either physical or emotional trauma. That's what a scar is. And ambition, fairly self-explanatory. Ambition is just a goal you want to achieve. And that means you have to, and all goals have like a difficulty between 1 and 3. 1 is simple, 3 is complex. Now, when you regress, that just means you have a setback and you erase a checkbox is how they write it. However, at no other point do I remember them talking about a checkbox in this story or in the rule. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that by checkbox, they mean difficulty. So I'm going to say that my ambition, so earlier in the story, I did it all narratively, but I'll tell you what we have right now. When you're creating your character, you need to have where is it on my page? You're an ambition that attracted the Almanac. So the Almanac came to you for a reason, because you have some sort of ambition. And in this case, my ambition is murder. My ambition is revenge. Hold on, I need to find a pencil that actually writes. My ambition is I would like to revenge on the motherfucker who killed my family. That is my ambition. And I would say that's a 3 complexity. And I would say I probably had 1 check mark in this, and that's probably what regressed. I'm not going to be able to... Man, I'm so glad you're not seeing my notes right now. I don't think I'm going to be able to spell for the next couple of days after how much writing I've done. So that is an asset I have. Our other asset we had was our location, which we have a few of. We have our cabin up in the north, and we have a couple, due to the narrative of this character traveling around, they have a couple of other locations that they can hole up in. But that means that this place is compromised and we probably cannot return to our home here, our mudden brick home. And we need to forfeit an actor. I don't really know who we're going to forfeit because I haven't established any NPCs, and that's on me. Truly and really. Also suffer a scar. We also have a scar. Our scar is deep emotional trauma from losing our family. So forfeiting a location, that means we are forfeiting our home in the Badlands. I'm imagining that this place, hold on, everyone hold. I definitely have a very good grasp of where every state is in the United States. And I am in no way, shape, or form looking at a map to verify where the middle of the map looked like. I would say we were probably Probably, I was gonna say Wyoming, but I guess we can be in South Dakota. We'll be Badlands in South Dakota. It's gone. Forfeit me? No, I would never forfeit you, trooper. Never. So, I mean, I should have set up an NPC. I mean, I did technically set up an NPC, but it was a passing NPC. Let's all pretend I talked about a really cool person in the settlement near me. Hey, sometimes you gotta cut a man loose. Damn, Sphinx, cold. Let's all pretend I talked about a super cool person that I knew in the city who was gonna help me map out this area of South Dakota from a location I saw on through my sire's eyes. Let's all pretend that happened. Okay? We're all in accord? I talked about some super cool dude. South Dakota. What do you call people who are just really good at knowing the area? Travel at a knows their paths real good is just what I'm going to write down. Super chill person. I miss them dearly. I know. I am going to miss. I have to name them. I'm going to miss. We're going to miss John dearly. John, we're going to miss him real dearly. Dang it, it's on the tip of my brain, right? That's most of my existence. I've just learned that I'm never going to know anything ever, really. All right, man, I'm going to miss John. John was a real cool dude. Probably the best guy I've ever met in my entire life. He's not dead, but he's dead to us. What else did... Oh, we suffered a scar. I would say we suffered a scar. Actually, an actual physical scar. We suffered a scar in our human form right as midnight was about to hit, because we're a day out from the full moon. So I would say the day of the full moon, this psychopath came at us right before the moon hit. And we had an altercation before. Yeah, we had an altercation. Sorry. We had an altercation that left a mark on me. Again, our werewolves are nigh immortal, but they're immortal because people usually don't know how to kill werewolves. Silver is not really something they just carry around as a casual knife made out of silver or bullets made out of silver. Like, if you need to purposely have those kinds of things. So most people don't know that that's how you hurt / kill a werewolf. Like, it doesn't hurt. Like, it's not like kryptonite where, like, if I touch it, it's like, my powers. It's like, oh no, that hurt me because it was really sharp. And like any normal person holding a knife, blade end tightly in their palm, it's gonna cut them. So that's what we'll say. Attacks on the full moon, before full moon. And we were able to escape. Yeah, we were able to escape because we're just kind of a badass, I guess. And we regressed in ambition because I had to leave behind all my maps. Which is fine because I have most I stare at them all the time, so I have most of them memorized. So it's not like back to square one. Mostly because it's always back to square one. But we've regressed because I don't remember. I sketch out what I saw the night. I see through my sire's eyes if I see anything, and that got left behind, and I don't remember what it looked like. What, y'all not carrying silver daggers around with y'all? Damn, y'all out here lacking. That's what I'm saying. It's like really dropping the ball out here. And it's like, if nothing else but the panache of having it. All right, so that is us rolling the Almanac. What do I do next? What is next? And I've resolved all of my stuff. Where is it? Draw. Write about it in the Almanac. Wait, when do I receive? I received a letter in my chronicle phase, so I don't have to worry about that now. Okay, so in the Almanac, I'm gonna write about you know what's really funny? This person attacked also was a werewolf, right? They attacked me right before the full moon, like a psychopath, which is how I know they're a psychopath. Because werewolves can't hold shit in their paws. So like they came up strapped, you know, with silver stuff, and then they just like shook it all off as it exploded. Honestly, it probably hurt them more than it hurt me. Which is wild. That's how you know this person was real down bad about whatever. And then I guess their bloodied canine. Maybe it was their canine. I don't know. I'll write about the encounter in the Almanac. I'll put it out and then I'll be like I'll draw out a an image of South Dakota as best I know it. From memory from maps I've seen. And I'll mark a little X where my location was, and I'll write a blurb about a werewolf gone mad, who, and I'll write advice of just like, hey, don't attack another werewolf literally like an hour before the full moon. It's not going to work out. P.S. Oh, what is this? Sex words? What was the sex word in here? Now I regret betting my silver dagger in that card game. Knew that it would bite me in the ass. Ass? Is that the word you didn't like, Automon? No, it was bite me in the ass that it didn't like. That's real funny. It is now allowed. You guys are all now allowed to say bite me in the ass. But it's really funny that was held back by Automod. Shout out to Automod. Now I regret, you know about me, but I had a full house, honestly. That's how they get you. You get a real good hand, and that's how they get you. So y'all mark it there, and I will say, don't attack another werewolf on a full moon if you aren't confident that your werewolf will win. And also I'll write like mad werewolf missing canine here. And I'll write that in the Almanac. That'll be my contribution to it. And that was a star, so I need to remember not to pull the star again. So next phase is a chronicle phase. In the chronicle phase, we start with 3 points. That means we have 3 points to do things with. We can learn more about topics of interest, delve into memories, pursue my agenda, or add depth to an ongoing event. And at some point in the chronicle phase, I receive a letter or the letter. So so when we draw a minor, this is where we draw a minor arcana card, by the way. A minor arcana is going to give us the option between 2 prompts that we can follow. And then we have to resolve the asset development. Each prompt is going to have an asset development, and we have to decide which one we're going to do. So, damn, Automod, I thought we were cool. I feel like Automod catches you a lot, Sphinx, and to my delight, because it's always really funny, the words it catches. And I'm glad because I can allow them so people can say them again. All right, let's see. We're spending a chronicle point to just develop the story and get something going here. Ooh, the 3 of Swords. You feel so over here is our prompt. This one is our prompt. Over here are our choices. There's supposed to be an or that appears here, but I guess I have to do it manually. I only have it to hide, I guess. So we could choose either the top one or this one down here. And we have your heart feels as though it's squeezed within a vice. That screw is being continuously turned. Your mind returns to the question, was there anything you could have done? All right, so we can either forfeit an actor. An actor, again, is a named NPC, basically. Their betrayal blindsided you at a vulnerable moment. What vengeance did you take? And do you regret it? Or we suffer a scar. You've been dealt a grievous injury, either to your body or to your mind. Yet you live and learn. What did this life lesson cost you? So we're heading off. I'm thinking I'm heading south, right? I'm in South Dakota, so I either have the option to go up to Canada or I go south somewhere. I guess I could also go side to side. I could head off to like Montana or something, but I'm feeling going south. So if I go down south, I'm also thinking there's going to be a little bit of a time jump here. This is going to be a couple of years later. So I will have to have settled elsewhere. So we either are coming back injured or blindsided by someone these sound like they could be the same prompt potentially. Yeah, basically. It's just what I give up. I either have to take an injury essentially, or I have to give up an NPC who we love, an NPC that's definitely been brought up already. And we're going to feel real bad about losing. Okay, let's do this. So it's been, I'd say 3 years since the incident up in South Dakota. While terrifying in the moment, the tense feeling of knowing that someone was coming and not knowing when. And just as I thought no one was going to come, right before the transformation, right before the moon fully rose. Um, from the shadows came a figure and attacked me, a silver dagger at hand. Lucky for me, they weren't very skilled, so it was easy enough to get their dagger away from them, although they did manage to get a good slice into my arm. However, they didn't really get to do much else because, the full moon rose, and I'm sure we fought in werewolf form, but by the next morning, I was south, much more south, having abandoned our location somewhere down in Nebraska. And I decided to keep going south, down into Mexico's territory, somewhere now as we would know as New Mexico. And we head down to a place I'd been before. I spent some time in New Mexico, again, just for us, just so we know what I'm talking about. We're off in what are these names of these places? We're down near down in their forests of where near the Apache Nation are. They take care of the forests down there, and it's far away enough from any other settlement that it always feels like a good place to stop by. And so I head down there and I meet up with someone I'd consider a friend. Manuel. It is Manuel and I spent some time there. They're not a werewolf, but his brother is. So he is familiar with werewolves and sort of how to deal with us. And so we spent some time there. I spent some time regrouping, mostly just trying to get my hands on more maps and materials to make maps. It seems my sire has also moved. Now, also off in some sort of deserty area. So presumably, somewhere up to the west, but I'm unsure. I spend the next couple of the next year trying to narrow down exactly where they are. It's hard to tell if they've stayed in the same place, if they moved. Neither me nor Manuel really know what we're looking at here. And I say longer than I really should have. So maybe this is, at the end of the day, my fault. That I stayed so long down here. It feels unprovoked. As far as I know, I've caused no problems for the people here. Not when I turn. But I think, I find out that really what happened is I was set up. I didn't cause a problem. But that doesn't mean another werewolf didn't. Manuel's brother, Gabriel, had an incident. And well, blood is thicker than friendship here. And so when the pitchforks came out, they came at me in the worst moments. Right after I wake up and have to recoup from the full moon before, I guess Manuel informed the townspeople that that is when a wolf is most vulnerable. Tired, exhausted from the night before, from the grueling transformation into and out of our wolf form. So as I'm trying to get some rest, I managed to hear a rustling outside. One set of footsteps, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. It starts to get hard to tell. And they all are moving in my way. I hear the occasional clicks of metal. I begin to worry, what did I do? Did I do something? As far as I could tell, I was clean. I didn't even have blood on me this time. I didn't even hunt down an animal, let alone anybody else. Why would people be angry at me? I look outside. I take the moment to look outside and I see familiar faces from the settlement ahead. Angry, heartbroken, vengeance in their faces. I see spears, I see bows, I see daggers, I see guns. And most importantly, I see Marcus. Nope. I see Manuel. And I see Gabriel on the outskirts of the mob. Exhausted looking. Hardly able to really hold up the spear given to him. Using it mostly as a walking stick at this point, but the people around him are too angry to notice. A shot rings out, whizzes past my head. I duck. And I hear them yelling, accusing me, blaming me of slaughtering the mason of the town. Beto. But it wasn't me. I didn't do that. I couldn't have. I don't think so. Sometimes it's hard to really know, but there's not enough water in the area for me to have washed off in the night. I don't know what they're talking about, but I don't think they're in a listening mood, so I walk, I duck, and I try to find something to do, something I can do in here. It's not much I can. I grab my pack as they advance on me, knowing they have me trapped. I shove whatever maps I can and I in my pack. I cross the bag across my body. The I may not be able to die to normal um weaponry. We really don't do much of a dent really, but um when I'm this high, I'm this drained, they can still do a good bit of damage to me. They won't kill me, but it'll really hurt, and I'm not in the mood. So I can't wait any longer. As they before they reach the door, I grab the only things I can, and I grab a small knife that I use to cut my meat with, and I grab a chair and I walk out using the chair to keep a distance between me and the mob before um to get myself some sort of leverage out of this area. They're scared of me. I could see it in their eyes. A werewolf. If they saw Gabriel, as I suspect they did, then they know how large we are and how dangerous we are. So I could see the fear in their eyes, but vengeance is still in their hearts, emboldening them to continue on. And as we are, I use that to my advantage, their fear, to maneuver a way around such a way that I could at least slip by, run. They're poking their spears in my direction, unwilling to really get closer. I throw the chair at the advancing group with enough force to push most of them back, having them stumble, if not fall, for at least a second. Not really to hurt them, but to knock the wind out of them. I look at Manuel, who has guilt all over his face. I chance a look at Gabriel, who doesn't even look at me. I look back at Manuel, my friend, my supposed friend. I feel fury in my heart for just a moment. And that's all that moment takes. I take the knife and I throw it at him. I think it manages to hit his side. I don't spend enough time to find out. I turn around and I run. I make my run for it. I'm exhausted, but I can still make it out before they can. That's what I'm hoping for. I head out. I take a path through the woods up one of the mountainsides. They're not too large here in this area, but they are jagged and crooked enough for me to find a nook that maybe they would not bother to chase me into. And soon enough, those who continue to follow me, after those stuck behind to tend to Manuel, give up on chasing me. Maybe just happy to have run me out of the town. I don't know. At this point, I don't care. I take out the almanac and I draw a small picture of this area and I put an X on top of Socorro. And it's not Socorro. I just thought about doing Socorro. On this forest. Not safe for werewolves. Or not safe. I close the Almanac. And just like that, an ally lost. And another place I can't come back to, at least not for another couple of decades. Nope, that's not what I want. This one over here. Okay. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I'm just looking to see. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. Let's do another one. Let's do another minor arcana. Spend another one of our points. Let's see what we get. We're off somewhere west, into the Sahara. I say the Sahara, into the desert. Don't ask me to words, guys. Unless the Masons family is on some blood feud things, exactly. Hopefully they're not. But we never know. I have now enraged an entire settlement / a sect of a nation. The Ace of Wands, okay? You stop in your tracks with prickles shivering down your spine. Your instinct telling you to pay attention. A small detail easily missed, but with large consequences. What realization have you come to? Hold on. I can either develop an actor by a twist of fate brings you together as unexpected allies. For the moment your passions align and you feel unstoppable. How do you come to depend on them, and do you worry about the time when you fall out of? This is longer, but it gets cut off because it's too long. Hold on, let me see what the rest of this says. This is Ace of Wands. Luckily, this is the very first one here. Followed of their favor is the end of that one. Declare an ambition. There has never been a better time to pursue this goal. You have several ideas already about how to follow through. Which path does your instinct tell you is correct? So I can either develop an actor, again, create a named NPC, or we declare an ambition, which means we just come up with a secondary ambition. Show up like 560 years later. I knew you'd come back. We've been waiting. It's just like that episode of Rick and Morty I've only ever seen on TikTok because I don't have cable. Nor do I think it's really a show I'd watch on my free time. But TikTok definitely thought I really wanted to watch the show for a good long while though. And that clip came up all the time. Let's see. Which one of these is really the best for us here? I have an idea for develop an actor. I don't really have one for declare an ambition. And I'd rather develop an actor because we keep getting actors that the game wants me to interact with, and I keep not having any. So instead of making one on the fly, let's do that instead. I think there is actually a thing I'm supposed to do if I don't have an actor. But I don't know. So I don't remember reading about what I do. So I guess it's just okay for me to make up one and go with the flow. And you know what? I'm A-okay with that. So let's develop an actor. And then we go with the prompt, a small detail easily missed but with large consequences. What realization have I come to? Develop an okay. How am I gonna okay. What realization have I come to? Not soon after leaving, being run out of the Apache forests, do I end up over in what we now know as Nevada. Over on the border of what we now know as Nevada and Utah. I have, it takes me a while to find my place here. A couple of weeks, like I said. Maybe you run into another child of Versailles who doesn't know you're out for revenge. Ooh, that's spicy. That is spicy. Yeah, so we end up somewhere on this border of Nevada and Utah, and I decided to just kind of spend a lot of time alone, isolated, off in the deserts. And as I am really just going from place to place, grateful for once that this curse of lupinism is what we're going to go with, is preventing me from really feeling the negative effects of living outside in the desert 24/7. I'm able to hunt, find water, food. I can find shelter. If not, I can make a quick one. I don't need much nowadays. I take time looking at everything, enjoying being alone after a few years of spending some time down in the park. None of this looks familiar, not like what I've seen through the eyes of my sire the past few months, few years. They're somewhere out here, I just need to find where. But I know they're not here. So I spend the next month, maybe 2. It's 3 full moons before I really see another person. And person is a loose term. I find a nice cave to spend the night in. And maybe if I hadn't been spending the day with my nose in the literal sand, with my head in the literal sand, as I try to follow a lizard. Okay, it gets lonely out here. Okay, sometimes you have to find your own entertainment, and sometimes that's burying your head in the sand or having sand fall back in the hole you dug out trying to follow um, a lizard back down its hole. Look, it happens. Look, it's been a couple of months. Maybe you would have noticed the signs, maybe smelled them before you got here. You're not the only thing out in this world that's not human. And as you walk into this cave as the sun starts to go down, you notice somebody start to rise. It's a mere blink, but for you and this other person, might as well have been minutes in the time it took for them to reach you and you to block their first attack. And then their second, their third. And you do this dance where they try to reach and you've got to teach. And you block them. They get a good shot here and there. You both know shortly after you start fighting what the other is. I'm not judging, but damn, look, it gets lonely. And sometimes lizards are your only friends out here, okay? And at night and during the day, they don't like being outside. And you were curious what their crib looked like. You wanted to see what their house looked like under the sand. And it turns out sand really good at filling a hole right back up. You dig fast, but man, that sand catches up to you. You are matched for strength in this moment. Pushing them pushing you. Unable, either of you, to really advance. You stole the werewolf. And this vampire. In the standoff here in the cave as the sun goes down, it takes a while for things to cool down. You're not necessarily enemies, vampires and werewolves, but you don't like the heat that occurs when the vampire comes into a town you're staying in. You taking all your effort to make sure humans don't find out werewolves are real. Meanwhile, vampires continuously, constantly interacting with humans, playing with fire every day, or every night in their case. It's awkward for a little while. The vampire unwilling to let you out of their sight and you unwilling to let them out of your sight. Vampires are strong enough to do some serious damage to you, especially in your human form, and you are capable, even in human form, of doing damage to them, both of you knowing each other's weakness. Silver seems to be the universal deterrent for most supernatural beings, at least those that you know about and the Almanac knows about. There's a moment sitting there in this cave, looking at one another, not allowing one or the other to really make an advance, trying to figure out how to deal with the situation at hand. Everything but really speaking, communicating is occurring at the moment. And that's when no one comes up, young, satchel at their side, 2 letters in hand, saying, "My name's Soul." and saying the other's name, Victor. And we were both handed a letter. And when asked where they came from and how they found us, they just smiled and said mutual friends. And off they went. The vampire looking like they wanted to follow, but knowing I was right there, unwilling to do a thing. I chanced a quick glance at this letter at hand. From Johnny to Soul. Johnny, no, that's a name I hadn't heard in a couple of years. I look at the vampire Victor across from me, and they seem to not be alarmed, really, about this letter. I think more alarmed that I also received a letter. We don't talk about it. But there's a mutual understanding. We both are being watched. And we both know that there's others and then there's something other than us out there. So Victor and I talk not about our almanacs or the secret societies we know that are out there, but rather, what are you doing here? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? I found out a little bit about Victor. Turns out he's also from across the pond. Came over less than a century ago. Has been kind of following the settlers as they continue to settle through the West. Easy pickings, he says. And, he's not wrong. I think we all know that he's not wrong. People are dropping like flies. The smell of death is noticeable the closer you get to these settlements. And Victor finds out that I'm traveling looking for a place that I don't really know or recognize. Sounds like I'm talking in riddles, but really I don't recognize it, nor do I know where it is. But we know better than to ask more questions. And so Victor is traveling through the settlements here in the deserts. He says it's nice. It feels nice. In some places it's hot all the time. In some places it's cold all the time. Here it's at night is nice and cold. Comfortable, he says. I guess. It's been a while since you really noticed temperature changes. Really on your body. You don't really need a coat, but to fit in, you'll wear one. Leather isn't really a rare commodity for you. An easy trade, truly. And so you and Victor, the vampire, get to know each other. You travel together for a while. He on his mission, me on mine. He has there's more that he's not telling me, as there's more that I'm not telling him. But for now, I'm not affecting his life. He's not affecting mine in a negative way, at least. You get to we become friends, tentative allies. It doesn't really matter. It works for both of us. Knowing someone understands our plight or journey for more, that our ambitions are above us. It's kind of like talking to Johnny. but different. Because he knows. Associates, exactly. That is until we're sitting in the saloon and Victor receives a letter. I've learned not to question it. I mean, I get random letters also, so who am I to say? Who am I to judge? That is until I go my way to go to bed. It's late, and Victor goes out to find his meal. Luckily, Victor is not one of the vampires who completely drains his victim, but rather just takes what he needs and lets them be. Otherwise, this tentative allyship wouldn't have lasted long. Not that it lasted too long, maybe a month or two. Because as I'm getting ready for bed, I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I notice that Victor's things are gone a little too late. And I don't wait to find out why that is. Someone's watching, and I'm not gonna wait to find out who. I don't leave a letter. I don't leave anything except a bit of gold for the innkeeper, and I'm out. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a bite real quick. Wink. And with that, I head out again alone through the desert. Having spent a couple of months with a vampire, who would have thought? Marcus would have loved that story. And if we reverse it back, also, that's so funny. And now all I can think of is Anakin's rant about sand and the Attack of the Clones. Look, sand is obnoxious to work with. I get it. I understand. And so let's read Johnny's letter. What does Johnny have to tell us? I'm not saying I ignore Johnny. All right. So because we are playing with the brief correspondence rule, we are just going to draw a major arcana, and what the prompt says is kind of how things are going for Johnny. No, Trooper, you want ice cream? I don't have ice cream. Oh, I would give you some ice cream, Trooper, if you were here. I have some cookies and cream in the fridge, and by the fridge I mean the freezer. All right, how you doing, Johnny? Oh, Johnny, no. Oh, Johnny, no. Johnny, no. Oh, Johnny, are you about to be a cautionary tale? Johnny pulled the devil. The devil, meaning he develops a location, heals a scar, and declares an ambition. Those all sound like positive things, huh? The Almanac is brimming with information from werewolves of past. The advice is laden with caveats and exceptions. Most common is a warning that seeking power has disastrous consequences, upsetting the balance. What power do you wish for, and what would it cost you? Is it worth it? Johnny has been into some things. I too have cookies and cream ice cream. Let's go. Everybody has cookies and cream ice cream, but me. Sorry, Trooper. I apologize. If I could, I'd send it to you, but I'm afraid it melt before it got to you. Oh, that's so sad when you want ice cream and you just don't have any. Oh, Johnny, 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 Johnny. Well, Johnny writes us back, tells us, it's been a couple of years. At this point, he would have been in his early 20s. And Johnny tells us about his time. He has moved on. He's no longer working as a dock worker in Great Britain. He has taken my advice to go traveling. He's gone to go see the Maldives. I actually have no idea if the Maldives exist. They probably don't, because I think they're a fairly recent development, recent breakup. Don't ask. This is not for historical accuracy. Don't you dare look into any historical accuracy in this. If you think I remember what the world looked like in the vague 1800s, 1800s, then we've both got something. It has to be 1800s. Then both you and I have some real rude awakenings coming up. This is an alternate universe in which whatever I say goes. Johnny tells me that he has gone to visit some islands. He's gone to the Maldives, and it has helped him heal from the trauma of being turned and his entire life being turned around at the ripe age of 16, and truly helped him weirdly gain control of his life. Now declaring that he wants more for his life. And now that he has the ability to do so, he's going to take that opportunity. He's going to be someone, do something. No matter what it takes. Oh, Johnny, 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 Johnny. He asks you how your search is going. Asks you, and by you I mean me, asks me about how my search is going for this mysterious person. Asks me more about America and what the Americas are like. Tells me what has been happening in the past couple of years or the past couple of months. I don't know how long it takes for letters to get from one place to another. And I asks me about my ambitions, what I wish to see here in the what kind of powers I wished I had. What did I do with my newfound abilities? And I sit on that letter for a while. What have I, in fact, gotten? What are my ambitions? And how have I used my abilities to pursue them? I mean, they're one and the same. I write back to Johnny, they're one and the same. The reason I got my abilities are the reason I'm using them. My ambitions are simple. To find my sire and kill him. And that's all I write about that. I talk about the Americas. I talk about being betrayed by someone I considered a friend, about a crazed lunatic coming at me, trying to kill me. How Silver burns more than I remember. How I still have the scar on my arm. I tell him about finding someone who also had their own almanac. And I tell him to heed the warnings, adding on to the sack of advice he's already read. That with power comes consequence. And you have to be sure you're willing to pay those consequences. Because sometimes those consequences directly negate what you gained. And so I send this letter off to Johnny, asking him, after his advice, asking him to be careful. He has a long life ahead of him. And hey, beware of Silver. Let me just be very clear about being careful about Silver. Silver is very bad for you, but also bad for other creatures. So be careful and watch your back. Because it seems I have to continue to watch mine. I'm going to end this man, Johnny, done in the ground. If anything is left of them, oh, damn. Johnny going to go to the Americas, be a superhero. Yeah, it might just turn you a little blue. Just a tiny bit. And then we have one more minor arcana to roll for our last little, I almost called it a clout box or check box, our chronicle points. Last chronicle point. Knight of the Cups. A long and lonesome howl carries through the night air. What feeling does it awaken in you? And we either develop an item or an actor. Develop an item. Your desire for this trinket borders on obsession. What does it symbolize to you? Oh, by the way, Rory Monteford, either from Canada or somewhere that practices British English, because there's a lot of U's in his words or in their words and a lot of S's in their words. I have found as I did not rewrite any of the minor arcana, so none of these are rewritten, none of the prompts are rewritten. I rewrote almost every single one of the rephrase. I didn't come up with my own. I had to rephrase all of the major arcanas because they're very long, several paragraphs, and I had about 3 sentences I can get in before I ran out of room. So I don't know any of these. I know a lot of the major arcanas, but I don't know any of the minors. Minor arcanas had too much. It's 56 cards, mind you, so it's a lot. A lot of copy paste. Thank God for a PDF that I can copy and paste from. I can also develop another actor, so I can have another victor if I want. Their emotions run rough and wild, unpredictable in their onslaught. Do you empathize, there's another S, with this or attempt to impose logic and reason on their worldview? That sounds less fun than develop an item. So I'm gonna, oh my God. Oh, it's so useful. I was able, every single thing you see here except develop an actor and develop an item, I just copy and paste it for the minor arcanas. I use Notepad++. So I can just type out a couple of letters, and if I've already written the word, I could just hit enter or tab or whatever, and it finishes the word for me. And considering it's just a series of heal, develop, declare, progress, or regress, forfeit, an item, actor, location, ambition, um location. It was just a lot of dev enter, deck enter, for enter, and just going for it. I was able to I did it today, this morning. I did it, I think, in an hour. It didn't take super long, which thank God. Because the major arcana took me hours. This one did not take that long. We're going to go with develop an item because I think that's more fun. My desire for this trinket borders on obsession. What does it symbolize to you? I think we're going to go with a trinket. Hey, Crit Witch. Hello. How you doing? I think we're going to go with a trinket of a... I got it. In my visions for the next year or so, I see that my sire has joined the pack. My sire has been a loner as long as I've known him, known them, and I've seen that they joined the pack. So I'm able to see the faces and the items of the people in this pack, which gives me hope that one day I will find. One day I'll get close enough to be able to get my revenge. And as I am passing through a settlement one day, I find a little wooden toy. It's a little wooden toy of a horse. Just whittled away. Just a really, really primitive toy horse. But I'd know this toy horse from anywhere. About 3 months back, I saw this horse on the table in the eyes of my sire before I transformed. And when I see this trinket, the entire world mutes. Then everything becomes about this toy horse. I don't have any money. I don't have anything to trade. Was just passing by in the settlement just to hear the gossip, see what's happening, see if I get any sense. Not that anything would be familiar, but I would love to know. I need to know. I have to pass by. I still don't know exactly where my sire is, as the pack moves quickly and everywhere. But a pack is easier to track than a loner. I didn't intend to buy anything. I don't have anything on me. Choosing to travel light. But I see this wooden horse. I need this wooden horse. I go up and I ask and I practically grovel at this woman who is at the stall selling items. I get run out as a beggar. I go out and I leave and I immediately think of ways I can make some money I see that the butcher, I go in to see the butcher and ask if I can sell him anything and if he'll pay me for it. And he tells me that, if I find him a boar, that he'll pay me, but he doesn't need any other meat. A boar in this area, almost impossible, but I have to make the impossible possible. And I go out that second, that moment, running out of town almost faster than a normal human should. And I immediately, nose in the air, I start sniffing. I start trying to track down a boar in this area. I go and I run. Who knows how long I run for before I find one. I could have easily dispatched this boar right away, but I didn't have anything to keep this boar cool, so I tie up this boar after a nice long struggle, and I carry him with me, running miles until I get back into town. It's dusk by the time I get back. I killed the boar before I walk into town. A fresh kill. Go raccoon with tusks. It's a boar. And I knock incessantly on the butcher's home. The butcher closed at this hour. Knocking incessantly and doing my best not to break the door down. He opens the door, musket in hand, and I hold out this boar. He swears at me, up and down, but he's not going to say no to a fresh kill. Me offering him everything from the leather. Tell him it's a fresh kill. I just got it. And it's almost still warm. So it's hard for him to believe it's not, considering it's still bleeding. And so he takes it and he gives me my pouch of coin. And I immediately run to the home of the woman selling the wooden horse. I knock incessantly. I can hear them shuffling inside the house, not wanting to open the door, but unwilling to give up. I need to know that horse is still here. I need to know where she got that horse. I knock and I knock and I knock and I knock until finally a man comes to the door, threatening me with a weapon. I don't care. They're not silver bullets. He can't hurt me. I ask him, as politely as I can, that I need to speak to his wife right now. He takes a look at me. I must look a mess, having just run miles back and forth, carrying a live boar with me, butchering them with my own hands, or killing them with my own hands. He tells me I'm mad, and I tell him I don't care. Stand there for all I care. Point your gun at me. I need to speak to your wife. It's a standoff for a little bit. I'm getting antsy. I'm about to just break in when finally his wife arrives, walks in to the door and says, "What do I want? You're that beggar from the street." And I hold out the pouch of coins and I say, "I want to buy that horse." They look at me like I'm crazy, but they can see the size of the coin pouch. They heard the jingles. Looking at this house, looking at their clothing, they can't say no. She goes off and I stand off here with her husband. Neither of us making conversation. Him extremely wary of me, finger feeling itchy on that musket. She returns back with the horse that I'd been thinking of all day. She's like, this one? I'm like, yes, that one, yes. And as I am about to take it finally and hand her the pouch of coins, I ask her, where did you get this? The husband says, I made this, and I immediately say, no, you didn't. Where did you get this? And the man begins to sputter and begin to curse me out. I don't care. I'm just looking at his wife. Hand outstretched, both with the pouch and one for the horse. She eyes me for a second, 2, 3, when she says a group came by about 2 months back. They didn't have much to sell, but they were looking to buy, and well, one of them had this little toy, and I had pity on them, and I bought it for a coin so they can go and buy something down the stall. Husband still angry, sputtering. I thank the woman, grateful to have this information. I grab this horse and I give her the entire pouch of coin for that boar. And the door gets slammed in my face. Don't care. I turn heel and I stare at this little amateur horse whittled away with a crude stone, maybe, or a very dull knife. And I smell it, seeing if there's a smell yet on it. There's nothing lingering. It's been too long. Too many scents have passed it at this point. But this is a sign. This little toy gets me one step closer to me getting to my sire's pack and to my sire. And so that's how I get this little whittled horse. And how I'm gonna find this motherfucker. And so in the Almanac, I record a map. I have an ongoing map now in the Almanac. I found that no matter where I go, the Almanac comes with me. After I ran off from the Badlands with nothing in hand, somehow, some way, this Almanac found its way back to me. So, be ashamed if this didn't turn out to be right horse. Damn. Don't wish don't wish that on me, Ricky Bobby. How dare you? That was my last chronicle point. So we're done with our chronicle. We've read her the book. That means no, that's not it. That's not either. Here we are. That means we go back to the letter phase. That's fine. I already sent off the letter to Johnny. So we've already done the letter phase. So we can go back into the Almanac phase, which means we draw a major arcana, and now it's our turn to find out what terrible things are going to happen to us. Temperance. Okay. Okay. Cool. Man, let me tell you, not all of these cards are about killing you or bad things happening to me, but turned out if people just really don't like my really don't like Soul. Soul doesn't make a lot of friends. Let's just put it that way. Someone tries to kill you while you're pursuing a lead from the Almanac. If you survive, you feel death on your heel at every turn. People you thought were trustworthy, you now doubt. Safe places aren't. What do you do with your time? What message do you write in the Almanac for the next hand? Now, I know this sounds like I'm gonna die. And look, we all die one day. But today's not that day. Every time you say Johnny, this little snippet of a song pops into my head every time. It's a ska song that goes, oh, Johnny, oh, Johnny. I love that. I love that. I'm glad. Oh, Johnny. Truly, oh, Johnny. Let me write down temperance. Temperance is the other card we've rolled now. Okay. Someone tries to kill me again while I'm trying to pursue a lead from the Almanac. If I survive, I feel death on my heel at every turn. People I thought I trusted, I now doubt. Safe places aren't safe anymore. Develop an actor, suffer a scar, develop a principle. Oh, principle's the other one. Declare an ambition. Can't trust nobody out here. That's what I'm saying. This is why I'm a loner, okay? Probably a child of the Mason, honestly. Imagine. Like, I didn't fucking kill you. I don't even remember Beto that much. I'm a well-seasoned veteran. Look at fucking Gabriel, bitch. It wasn't me. It was Gabriel. Let's see. I need to see what principle is again. Okay. Principles are morals guiding my werewolf. Okay. That's what that is. Okay, so develop an actor. So we have to develop an NPC, werewolf, supernatural creature, or human. Suffer another scar, again, emotional or physical. A principle, we just talked about that. And then ambition is a goal, something I would like to achieve. And declare means we come up with a new one, I believe. I'm just making sure I'm not forgetting something here. Okay. No, if I was going to progress, it would say progress. Ooh. Let's see. Ah. Damn. It's coming at Johnny hard here. I like that we have to humble Johnny, even though this song is all about Johnny and like gassing him up. We still have to humble him by being like, "You're not handsome, Johnny," and everyone knows it. But like, you're still cool though. You're still like a pretty chill person. Exactly. We gotta keep him humble. You can't let him get too arrogant. It is Negan from the 1940s. So the Andrews sisters are lady pickup artists. Oh, also I would like to give a special shout out to the band, the brass band on that one, for being the backup singers, being like, "Oh Johnny," like 3 times in this song. And just in the background, "Oh Johnny." Like shout out to those guys. They did their every like what 16 counts, and then "Oh Johnny" every once in a while. Shout out to those guys. You go, brass section. That's so funny. I love that. I love that that's the first thing that came to your mind when I said Johnny. Oh, Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. All right. So someone is trying to kill me, and it's not Johnny. Believe it or not, Johnny's still over in England. Turns out. So now you know what's going on in my head when you talk about Johnny. Thank you, Trooper. I was very curious what the song was. Oh, Johnny. If I survive, I do survive. We are surviving. Um, it's a hard knock life out here, you know? That's what we're learning here today. It's a hard knock life. Did you know I always used to think it's a hard enough life? For us, I thought that that's what the lyrics were to that song for the longest time. Until I think during, no, it was in quarantine. It was before quarantine. I learned it was knock. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. I like my lyrics better. But then I learned that it's like a phrase. It's a turn of phrase. And I'm like, oh, okay. Sure, sure. All right. Safe places aren't. Okay. So we're developing an actor, suffering a scar, developing a principle, declaring ambition. Our principle, which is our morals that we're guiding our werewolf with, is don't trust fucking nobody. Fuck everybody. We're not trusting a damn soul. We don't trust anyone, because like it's not working out well for Soul. Soul keeps trying, and just the world is just telling her no. There are so many cool cards in here, and every card that I'm pulling is, hey, someone's trying to fucking murder you. I don't think there's another card in the 22 that's about murder. I think I've pulled them all. Okay. Okay. So my principle is don't trust anyone. My ambition is what's a goal? Let's do like a complexity 1 goal, like an easy one. And we'll do let's make my ambition my goal, huh? My goal to achieve is we're gonna okay. Yeah. My ambition is going to be find the pack, which is separate from revenge. That's gonna be my thing. I'm developing an actor. This actor is going to be part of that pack. And goal, do not get murdered. Smile. It is going to be someone from the pack. It'll be Marlin. Marlin from the pack. Yeah, Marlin from that pack. Or it's his ex pack. He got thrown out of it because he's a little loco. And it was totally coincidence that I ran into this guy. Ran into Marlin. And he tried to murder me. X-Pack. Coincidence. Not because he knew I was tracking his pack, nor that does he know that I have any thoughts about his pack. It was a random attack because he was part of the mission I was after, and it's because he's local. And I think it was the Almanac was leading me to a pack. A power hungry pack. I had to track them down probably. And that was a new pack that Marlin had. Down crazy or cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Who were trying to organize an attack on a whole settlement to turn them into Alroros. Which is wild, because again, we don't remember anything, so it's not like we can plan things. Oh, Marlin. Never trust a Marlin. Suffer a scar, probably physical. Maybe, you know what? No, maybe emotional. No. We're gonna go. No, yeah, we'll do emotional. We'll do an emotional scar here because we can't trust anyone anymore. Because I no longer trust the Almanac. The Almanac is sus, and I feel like I'm getting set up. That is our emotional scar that we are picking up with this one. So we develop a principle, develop an actor, declared an ambition. Yep, we got them all. Boy, that was a rough one. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was a rough one. That was rough. I need to get another pen. This one isn't dry. It shouldn't be. It's fucking brand new, but you fucking never know. Okay, so far looks good. But we are going to be untrusting of that. All right, so we did that. We interacted with the Almanac. So now it's his chronicle phase. All right, so now we at some point we're going to get a letter from Johnny. But I want to, and we have 3 points to spend here. So I think I'm going to spend a point on, we're going to spend 1 point on Minor Arcana. Son of a bitch. All right. You walk through a crowd gathered in protest and are jostled from person to person as they get rowdier. Another crowd coalesces nearby and you sense an imminent clash of values. Who has orchestrated this to divide people and maintain their grip on power? Do you intervene? I either forfeit an item. What did you give away to someone who needed it more than you? They remember the difference you made and wish good fortune on you. Oh, that's cute. Declare an ambition. You won't be compensated for this deed, but it needs doing anyways. What injustice do you plan to unravel? No, our principle is don't trust anybody, and I don't trust the situation or anybody in the situation. I don't care what this clash is. We're gonna forfeit an item. And what do I give away? Well, I only have two things. So we're gonna forfeit this trinket that I obsess over, this little wooden horse that I still have. And I'm gonna give this to some downtrodden. You know what? This crowd, this protest is about people. It's about a settlement. You know, we're in the phase where people are settling, you know, gold, all of that stuff. It's happening here. It's a few years later. You know, gold rush things, you know, the vibes. And I bet you this is about people who just got here, a group of people who just got here to these mines. And people are pissed that more people are coming in and they don't want to let more people into the city or into the settlement to, you know, get their gold. Literal gold diggers here. And obviously the people who just traveled here fucking years, it has to be, or at least it feels like, to get to this place, and now they're saying no. That's what's happening here. And so there's a kid in one of these in this caravan, a young one, and they look real fucking not happy and sad and stuff. You know, children don't want to be in this situation. So I am gonna take out this little horse and I'm gonna give it to this little kid, because he's not old enough to betray me. So I give it to this little kid and I'm like, and I like do the little, like, you know, do the and then and I play with him and I get him to like laugh a little bit. And then I'm like, I have him ride over to him and I hand it to the little guy, and where it's like this big in my hand, it's like he has both hands to like hold it. And and then he starts playing with it and I go and all of that stuff. And we play it like that for like a couple of minutes before like I pat him on the head and head out. Yeah, kid's actually a scammer who just acts sad in order to scam people out of their rare wooden horses. These little, worth literally nothing little horse. You know, but one man's trash is another man's treasure. As that woman found out, who I bought it for an absurd amount of money. I literally, a boar's worth of money is what I paid for this shitty little horse. And thanks to my obsession, but you know, it is what it is. So RIP horse. It's fine. I didn't even write it down. But there goes that horse. And shortly afterwards, I just leave. I get the hell out of Dodge. I do not want to deal with humanity's issues right now. I've got my own things going on. People keep literally trying to kill me. And it's genuinely starting to get concerning because this time I almost died. And I don't know how to get out of my situation. But you know what? I'm not really afraid of dying. I'm afraid of dying before I get to kill my sire. That is my number one fear right now. That was that fear that I didn't talk about, by the way. What do I fear? is that I'm gonna die before I get to kill my sire. I think it was like the first roll we did. I forgot to say it because we made a joke and I completely forgot about it. No, y'all can't come in here and take the gold. We are mining from this land. Exactly. Humanity, am I right? Welcome to America, right? All right. So this is our second chronicle. Queen of Swords. You meet a woman who carries her scars with pride and dignity. There's so much she could teach me, please. If you could convince her, what do you need to learn? Whatever you want me to learn. Develop a principle. She's a realist who quickly knocks the rose-tinted glasses from me. Do I still have rose-tinted glasses at this point? What perceived flaw do you try to correct in yourself? Or progress in ambition? Oh my god. I feel like therapy might be useful. True. Not gonna lie, the temptation to click the clip button during the horse sounds was strong. Look, if your heart desires a clip to be made, you make any clip you want to make. I will not stop you. Progress in ambition. You put your lessons to excellent use and fantasize that she would be proud if she were watching. This knowledge is valuable. Will you pass it on? Dude, the S's in where there should be Z's always just throw me off. Fantasise is what I read in my mind. And then I tried to break down the word as I was saying it because I thought it was fantasize, and it is fantasize. But I saw fantasise, and I was like, wait, fantasize? Fantasis? Sisyphus? And so my brain couldn't come up with a word fast enough. So I said fantasize. But just know that my brain went through a conundrum reading that. Absolutely. I will convince this woman who wears her scars with pride and dignity. There's much she could teach me. What can she teach me? I put my lessons to excellent use. So I'm making so I made find the pack one difficulty or one complexity. Fantasesis is related to St. Francis of Assisi. Yeah, how to stay ready. Honestly, yeah. Because I mean, obviously she knows a thing or two because she knows a thing or two because she's seen a thing or two. I am going to say we are going to advance finding the pack, progress that ambition, because that means we will have we did it. We will find the pack. We are finding this pack, and what this gorgeous, smart, beautiful, amazing woman taught us is what has she taught us? She taught us how to funnel my rage, my fear, my barely contained rage and fury that has been burning a hole through my soul for decades at this point. Ever since I became a werewolf. It's like all that pain I suffered the night I turned, or I gained a sire, went from external pain to an internal pain. And she has taught me to utilize that has been holding me back, clouding my judgment, clouding my mind. And And what I learned is how to control my transformation long enough, uh, and be able to stave off my transformation long enough to see longer through the eyes of my sire. And not only that, clearing my mind has also cleared my connection to my sire enough to be able to see through their eyes longer. So I can now not only stave off my transformation for another minute or so in order to see longer through their eyes, but also I've extended it further, and I've also can start it earlier. So all in all, I can see through the eyes of my sire for minutes at this point instead of just seconds, which has helped me find the pack they're in. However, I find that they are no longer in the pack. They ran off before I got there, not knowing that I was coming. Completely, again, their own decision. But for some other reasons, they left off. They left. They tell me that I come in and I find this pack, and instead of like being there and like doing an in and out, I kind of like infiltrate the pack. And I joined them for a while, for like a couple of months. So it doesn't seem weird that I start asking questions about like past members and stuff. Like I tell them, oh yeah, they tell me about like this one guy who went crazy, Marlin. And I'm like, oh, Marlin? I heard about a Marlin, before, off in this settlement, a bunch of crazy werewolves down there. And they're like, oh my God, Marlin? Like, did he look like this? I'm like, yeah, Marlin. And so I infiltrate their pack. I get into their pack, and I'm able to control my rage now. That's what I learned. My fury. Thank you, Queen of Swords. Anyone know if that was my second or third chronicle point? I know I gave, so there was the giving away the horse. Was the boar this one? Did I do the boar on this run? Well, while we're thinking about that, let me see what's happening. Let's figure out what's happening with Johnny. Hey, Johnny, what's going on with you? Damn, Johnny, you're just living the best life. God damn it, Johnny. I'm out here suffering. Meanwhile, Johnny is on a goddamn vacation right now. The Sun. Forfeit an actor, suffer a scar, and forfeit a principal. You dream of a forest, peaceful and bathed in moonlight. Your paws sink into paths littered with the pages of the Almanac. Other wolves howl in the distance. The blank faces of who sent you the Almanac beckon you to follow through the trees, but you don't move. What's holding you in place? When you awake, what else do you remember? Oh, Johnny. So I get this, but remember, Johnny isn't that handsome. It's not all about Oh no, poor Johnny. So what happens with Johnny? So last we left off with Johnny, Johnny was telling us about his vacation off to the Maldives, how he really like was able to chill out, and then he grew this ambition for power, and an ability to use that power. So Johnny, in this new letter that finds me while I'm with the pack, actually, they, I get this letter, and Johnny tells me about, his latest trip. He's off in in Asia is where he went off to China for a while, walking the Great Wall and such. Um, and in a trip from China up to Mongolia, he um he thought he had a friend with similar ambitions to him, and they were working on finding something, maybe enlightenment, maybe they were seeking an actual item. They weren't really sure what they were seeking, but the almanac led him in that direction. And as he continued on that way, he they found themselves being attacked by a territorial supernatural creature that he doesn't know what it was. He describes it and it doesn't sound familiar to me either. Something vicious and fast and something supernatural able to murder them. Hey, Kalina, how you doing? And Johnny was barely able to make it out himself, and his friend Joseph, came in China. Is China / Mongolia, that general area, Chupacabra, you think? Well, Johnny was able to get out. Joseph was not. No, but a Yeti could very much be. Something vicious and fast and large started to attack them, and they thought at first it was going to be easy, but it was so stronger than even them, and it caught Joseph, and before Johnny could do anything, Joseph was gone. And so Johnny ran. And he ran, and he was chased for a while by this otherworldly creature. But Johnny was more dexterous, despite this creature knowing more about the area than him. And he was able to scale a cliffside faster than this creature, and Johnny was able to escape and heal and get out of the territory he has to assume of this other creature. And that night is when he tells me about this dream he had. A night he expected nothing but nightmares. Instead, he dreamt of this forest, bathed in moonlight. He was a werewolf in his dream. The almanac was all around him, unable to pick up any of the pages because pause. And he heard other wolves in the distance, and he saw people he didn't know, but he knew were the ones who controlled the almanac. They beckoned him forward, but he couldn't move. He couldn't move. He doesn't know if it was the fear still in his heart from the prior attack, or if it's because he felt undeserving of whatever was coming. Maybe also a little bitterness of, why couldn't you help us? Whatever it was, he didn't move, he didn't follow. And when he woke up, he noticed a symbol on their lapels, a symbol with stars and lines, and ultimately a letter in the middle, an E. He doesn't know what it means, and neither do you, but you are concerned. You already don't trust the people behind the Almanac, not after what they told earlier. And you feel bad for Johnny. You know what it's like to lose someone in front of you and feeling helpless. And you console him. When you write your letter, you tell him about how not to let the grief get to you. And to not be afraid of feeling, to deal with your emotions now rather than let them fester. You write about your experiences, the betrayals, how you're getting closer to finding your sire, tracking him down, but also telling him about your experiences with the Almanac and how things are concerning, how I don't feel safe anymore. And like, I can't stay in one place for too long. And speaking of staying in one place for too long, I leave the pack shortly after they tell me about the latest people who left. It wasn't just one, it was a few people who left the pack recently. Apparently, a difference in principles was cited, and but you got the description over the past couple of months of all of them, and now you know what they look like and their supposed names. We have a Juana. We have a Susan. We have a Marisol. A Bruno. And a Lupo, because I can't think of a different name. A Juana, a Susan, a Marisol, and a Bruno. Bruno and a Lupo. A Marisol is a weird one to have because it couldn't be, but it couldn't be. And so you finally have a description and you have names. Tracking them down is going to be a struggle, but you've waited this long. You're willing to wait however long or more you have to. Even if if you get there in pieces, you'll get there. You'll get your revenge. All right. And so we pull one more card. The Page of Pentacles. You find a stranger lost in the woods with only the clothes on their back and a hand-drawn map in their hands. They bought it at a market stall. What precious treasure or relic did they think it would lead them to? Forfeit an item. This poor fool is full of hope and wonder. It could get them killed if they stay here. What do you give them to convince them they need to leave this place with you now? Develop a location. They'll give you the map if you can get them out of there before nightfall. What do you find when you return to this place, map in hand? I know. I know what I get here. So I am going to develop a location, and we're gonna get this fool out of here. Because they're not far. This idiot, he thought that he was gonna find like a pirate's treasure out here in the middle of Utah. In the mountains, you know? Oh, yeah. Who am I to judge? I guess. And he's not very far. He's like a solid 20 feet from the path, but he doesn't look like the kind of person who has any sort of internal compass, sense, brain, maybe. It doesn't matter. You pull him out of the brush that he's stuck in. You walk the 20 or so feet to get back on the trail, and you walk them like half a mile down the trail until you could see the settlement off in the distance. And I just, leave him to walk back alone, telling him, I'm sure it'll be hard to get lost this way. Bye-bye. Look, principal, we don't trust anyone. I don't trust this guy. If I would have been given the choice, I wouldn't have helped him. But I do go back to that location. And when I get back to that location, there's not any significant treasure trove, no chest full of golden coins and all kinds of jewelry, anything that a pirate would get their hands on in the middle of Utah in the mountains. No. Instead, what I find is a little circular pendant where the middle of it is made out of this opaque glass. You would think it was quartz or something, or some very clear stone, but you genuinely don't know any better. So it's on the end of a chain, and when you look through it, you don't see the vista of Utah and the mountains or anything like that. And when you take it off of your eye, you see what you should be seeing, a vista of Utah. But when you put it back over your eye, you see something else. And as you go back and forth and spend longer peering into this trinket, you see that you are seeing down into a place at someone, but they're obscured, they're a shadow. But you can see enough of a location outside in the middle of nowhere, Badlands. And you don't think, you know it's some sort of item with magical properties, but you don't know who or what you're looking at. Not until 3 full moons later, when you think to look at it at the same time you're peering through the eyes of your sire. And when you look at it through the looking glass, you see from a different angle what your sire is looking at and who they're looking at. Although obscured, you can make out just enough. And just like that, You find a location tracking maybe what your heart desires the most. I don't know. But whatever the trick to this trinket is, it is the key to getting to our sire and being able to finally achieve our goal of getting revenge for our family, for the sire. And so we go back around. We've sent the letter off to Johnny. You write in the almanac. I write in the almanac. Soul writes in the almanac, but not as robust as it was before. Still writing about the pack she found here, the pack she found there, but not writing about her personal experiences. Not anymore. Looking at things a little differently now, especially so close to her goal. She needs to make sure she makes it there. So, our next poll is our major arcana. What do we roll? Judgment. Develop a location, heal a scar, declare an ambition. Lately, the days have been more good than bad. Writing has let you unburden yourself. Does your writing partner feel similarly? One question you both agonized over is answered. An outcome not dire as feared. More than ever before, there's hope. How do you share the good news? Okay. Okay. Um, my journey has been slower, despite having more tools at my disposal than ever before. I'm almost working slower than I ever have before in tracking. And it's not due to lack of practice or lack of ability. It's due to this burden I carry of fear. I'm scared that I'm going to be ambushed. I'm going to be sabotaged by the secret society. The secret society that the Almanac comes from, that they're out to get me. That everyone is out to get me because of that. I don't stay in any one space for long. I'm not getting a lot of rest. I'm traveling a lot. Mande. And you're going to have to wonder what that means because I have to go play IT for a quick second. So enjoy the Wild West music for what I'm assuming is going to be a solid 3 minutes, in which I teach somebody how to just use the input button. Oh, I'm not unmuted. That's fine. All you heard me was just rant about how easy that was. Anyways, let me lower the sound again. I was getting about 2 minutes, but I was like, oh, let me be a little generous to myself. Okay. What was I saying? We're back. Lately we're gonna do yes. I've been more stressed out than ever about Soul has been more stressed out than ever about being so close to finding her sire, being the closest she has in almost half a century. The closest she's ever been in half a century, maybe more, to finding her sire and enacting her revenge, but she feels the farthest away she's ever been because she can't die before she does this. And that's when someone comes up to you, visits your campfire one night, a brave soul walking up to you in the middle of the night. But as they sit down, start talking to you, you notice that that they have on their wristwatch a bunch of stars and lines and an E in the middle, the same one described to you by Johnny. Suddenly, you're at alert. Is this it? Is this the moment that it happens? You continue listening. He doesn't seem to be a danger to you. Not now, not yet. But they keep talking to you, telling you about their journey, how they got to where they are, part of the Sanguine path. The E, what it stands for. Telling you that while there is discourse in the werewolf community, they're not the ones trying to kill you. And they're very sorry about things and in fact show you why kind of you've been in the wrong place at the wrong time so many times, and instead what should have happened or what they planned to happen. How you were supposed to find Marlin, but not because they went crazy. In fact, it was a reward, basically. It was supposed to be a clue for you to head to find the pack. He was supposed to lead you back to the pack. They did not anticipate his extremism to develop so quickly. They talk about how the person who tried to kill you in the Badlands all those years ago actually wasn't supposed to find you. Another one of the operatives for E, they were the ones who, caused their tooth to fall out and such. And it was a case of trying to lead them to a monster hunter. So in fact, you had missed the monster hunter by being chased away. So at the end of the day, you didn't die and you missed the monster hunter. Wow, that card had some imagery. Yeah, right? And just going over kind of your life since the Almanac arrived and how, yes, they had been behind some things, but not in the way I imagined, not in a malicious manner. And to extend their good graces, they give me a few pages in the Almanac. This gentleman hasn't given me their name, but they walk over to the Almanac that I have sitting in my pack. They take it out, they hold it, and they just give it to me, seemingly doing nothing. But when I pick it up again, there's a noticeable amount of more pages in this Almanac. Old. And it looks like it's some of the pages that were ripped out and then some new ones in the middle. And as and he tells me, if I want out, I can be out. No hard feelings. And they bring out a stick, basically, and they wave their hand over it, doing something or other you don't really understand, really uneased by the whole situation. And as they run their hands over the stick, their hands glow a little bit, and so do their eyes. They flash, kind of like a torch in the eyes of in the middle of forest, in a raccoon's eyes. And they say, I, Lucian, swear upon the soul that if in a week you declare your desire to leave the society of Sanguine Paths, then your oath will continue unbroken, and your memories with you, and no harm shall come of you as a recurse of leaving, of breaking your oath. And with that, everything goes back to normal. And this stick is, again, looks like a normal driftwood, maybe. And he holds it out to you, and he moves as if to break it, and you can see the strain on his forearms and his face as he goes to break it, and it doesn't even bend. And he hands it to you and says, if you wish to break our deal, just declare that you, soul, wish to break the deal, and the branch will disintegrate. But I urge you to wait the week. And so with that week goes by, you spend the time reading through the Almanac, through the new pages in context, and you learn more about the secret society and the reason it was formed, about how it was formed in order to create unity amongst werewolves, whereas before, monster hunters would find us and kill us, and how if a monster hunter didn't find you, loneliness would, and it would drive us mad. being alone and having to deal with this curse on her own, and how the society was imbued with the ability to find others, that other werewolves, and see them and keep track of them, almost like in the margins written is almost like your trinket. The vision is similar to your trinket, but clear, but more clear. And it led them to werewolves in their lowest points, and it was up to the society to decide how far gone they were. And the earlier you find someone like this, the easier it is to help them, to give them the almanac and give them the wisdom, give them the ability to help themselves. And if at the end of the day, it also helps the society, well, that's just a bonus. Giving these werewolves a sense of purpose, giving them a sense of accomplishment means that another werewolf doesn't go mad, and another one can join the society until one day the sanguine paths can interconnect all werewolves in the same way that humanity will one day have. And they are just biding their time. It's not clear what they intend to use this power for, what their end goal is. That's not in those pages. But thinking about Johnny's story, thinking about your story, thinking about Victor's story even, you begin to realize, Soul begins to realize and reflect, and she spends the entire week she has the opportunity to break this oath to re-examine everything from the past few years, from Manuel and Gabriel, Marisol, Marcus, her sire, the murder attempts on her life, various at this point, Victor, the paranoia she feels, and reading the pages over and over again, and then reading other accounts in the Almanac from past werewolves, and knowing that as she continues to carry this burden, she's not going to be able to find her sire. It's been proven to her at this point that she's not capable of catching her sire if she continues to carry this burden of distrust. And while her principle of don't trust anyone is alive and well, the society isn't a person. It's a conglomerate. And while she doesn't trust any one person in the society, she trusts what they want to do, their goals. And if not for them, for her. So she lets the stick lay there, and the week passes, and The gentleman returns at the week mark to make sure that a soul doesn't want to leave, that she is steadfast, and she assures them that she is, that while she may not trust him, she trusts what he's trying to do. He trusts the sanguine paths. And with a smile, he grabs the stick. Or he smiles, and as the night ticks over into the morning, the stick disintegrates there between them. And he bids us goodbye as he walks off into the distance before disappearing from sight. And she writes Johnny in that moment and talks about, it's a shorter letter this time. She doesn't have much to say. She, in fact, just sent off the last letter but a couple of months ago. And she writes to him, informing him about who the society is, what they do, what they mean, what they stand for, and you get to decide what that means. But it's not the society that's out to get them. It truly turns out it's just be like that sometimes. And she sends that off, and with that, we heal the scar of the Almanac is sus, and she heals that emotional scar. She develops, and before he leaves, not Johnny, the dude, anonymous gentleman, I gave him a name, I just don't remember the name. Lugio, I forget his name. Lucian, I think is what his name is. Lucian also gave Soul a map telling her that if she ever had business with the Sanguine Paths, to head there. And that's the location she got. And declare an ambition. Her ambition, I think, is going to be to head to that location. After she gets her revenge, that's where she's going. To the Sanguine Path location. She also writes Johnny that she doesn't know what the E stands for, because PB doesn't know what the E stands for. But they seem like cool people. That was our first point. Okay. Oh no, that was her major arcana. Oh shit. Right. And we do that during our Almanac phase. So we resolved the prompt, we resolved all the assets, we wrote in the Almanac. Or we got stuff in the Almanac. And we wrote down the card. Smile. I absolutely know what card that was. I'm sure we won't get it again. It was a very memorable looking card. So, all right. So next, let's do our minors, and let's hope we get our ambition here. I don't think this really applies to us right now. There's no one near me that this would like apply to, I don't think. We're gonna re-roll this one. I'm using my veto. I'm using my veto power to take that one away, because I don't think that would work. Oh my God. You need to cover this up. No one can know. What did you do? Either develop an actor, they help you make a problem disappear. How do you stop them from talking about it? Declare an ambition. As much as you regret what happened, you did it for a reason. What motivated you to go to these lengths? Oh no. What motivated me? Ooh. Okay. So what? Develop an actor. Ambition. Declare an ambition, which means I am going to. I had to do it for a reason. And I had to do it for a reason. Declare an ambition. My declarance for my ambition is I would like to head to the location my sire is staying at. I know where they are, and that's what happened. I was talking to another werewolf who had come into contact with I know, not the location. I am declaring an ambition to narrow down who my sire is. And can I declare and I finish this in one or nah? Is that like cheating? You think that's cheating? If I just declare it? Declare it is probably just coming up with one, huh? I'm just gonna declare that I am gonna narrow down who these guys are. And the reason I had to do what I had to do is that I found out. I'm going to do it in one. Because I think it helps the story move along a little faster. I'm going to declare the ambition. I'm going to finish the ambition, in which I have narrowed down the list of people to only one name. So Juana, Susan, Bruno, and Lupo, they're all not it. My sire's name is Marisol, which is cruel and unusual, to be fair. And the reason that something had to happen to this individual, it was another werewolf. And I don't like that it had to happen, but they knew Marisol, and I could not hide the look on my face knowing that it was Marisol. The almost feral joy of knowing that I know who to look for, that who I'm looking for is Marisol. And now all I have to do is follow one lead instead of 5. Unfortunately, this person is their friend, or was their friend, I should say. And as soon as they saw that, they immediately knew that my intentions were not what I said they were. Like, they're an old friend and I've just been trying to find them and track them down. And they were all but happy to give the information. But then obviously they saw me, and then they were like, oh no, I have to warn Marisol, and I can't have that. It's been hard enough to find her, but a girl's got to do what a girl's got to do. And because I am lupine in nature, and so were they. I was able to quickly dispatch of them, having had, you know, enough close deaths. We know how to deal with these sorts of situations, and I don't like doing it. I do not like killing other people, humans or other. But at this point, I cannot let anything get in the way between me and my end goal of killing my sire, who's cruelly named the same thing as my partner. And that's what we're going to do for that one. Okay. A diatribe of criticism attempts to pierce your psyche. How do you react in the heat of the moment? Oh. Develop an item. How can they be so critical when you have this? They don't know what it means. Forfeit an item. Your worth is independent of any object. If discarding it is what it takes to maintain your integrity, then so be it. How does your critic's demeanor change? I write to Johnny. In one of my letters to Johnny, I tell him about how I had recently acquired a silver dagger. And Johnny was not supportive of my action. And it's citing things like, you're already a werewolf. You can just kill them yourself. Why do you need silver? You know what silver does. And I'm like, I know, that's why I got it. Because I don't know how strong this other werewolf is. I don't know how capable they are. I am unwilling to lose this battle and lose my life before they lose theirs. And Johnny, is all kind of like high and mighty about me having this silver dagger, this all silver dagger. How dangerous it is, how it's going to look to other werewolves. They're going to think you're some sort of like monster hunter werewolf, like some hypocritical asshole. And like, it's a whole thing, but like, Johnny just doesn't understand. Johnny just doesn't understand that this is what is going to get me to the end here. This is what it's going to do. This is how I win. This is my end game. Me and the silver dagger are going to do it. And I'm so sorry. I've known Johnny kind of for like 20, 30 years now. And I'm not going to let this kid stop me from my end goal. What does he know? What does he know? Yay, dagger, right? All right, let's see what we get. Last minor. Fucking stop giving me declare ambitions. I don't want to declare any more ambitions. A community cause calls you. Your skills perfectly complement others in the team, and you feel like you might make some real impact. Develop an actor. You can count on them. They've already proven themselves reliable once. You befriend them because you like their company or because you need their skill. Declare an ambition. The community started something good, but you can take this further. Do you involve them in your planning? A community cause calls to me. I think this community cause is associated with the Sanguine Paths, the Society of the Sanguine Path. And I think it's their ambition to support lone werewolves who are struggling. But before they reach rock bottom, and so if that is truly what the Sanguine Path stands for, then I believe in that very highly. So when the opportunity arises through the next year to help in that way, help develop a system along the Pacific Northwest, because for some reason that's where a lot of werewolves find themselves when they feel very sad. Something about the weather, ambiance, I don't know. It's not my favorite place in the world, but that's where they end up. And so I'm up there for other reasons, but there's this network that starts being created, and so I help them with this, make some sort of impact, something that's going to outlive me, right? So I'm not personable. I spend a little too much time on my own, but that means that I'm able to get through to some of these werewolves that we find along the way. And we create not so much like a pack, but an area where werewolves can come, no judgment, and just have a place to stay, a place to be with people, to talk. They don't even have to talk, but they just know that this is a safe spot. This is the territory of the Sanguine, and therefore no one is going to chase them here. And if they do, they will be quickly run off by the group running this place. And if they want to stay for longer, they can stay for longer. If they need more resources, you know, there's places away from depressing, rainy atmosphere area and down somewhere in the sun. Now that there's some actual real cities popping up down along the Pacific coast, and not just like gold mining cities, people are being, you know, there's another location down there that people can go and stuff like that. And I help with that for about a year, helping them out. And I do befriend someone who runs the place, someone who doesn't care I have a silver dagger. They understand what it's like to have to protect yourself. And I befriend them. Their company is nice, but I don't necessarily trust them. Again, I don't really trust anybody. I trust a message, not so much the people behind the message. So I befriend them out of their skill. I'm not very personable, really, but this person is very personable and able to convince people along the coast and on cities and packs dotting the way down to those cities to be waypoints, essentially, for anybody who needs to go down. And that is the skills that they have. They know a lot of people, which is good, because I'm looking for someone in particular. And we need them. That was my 3. Was that 3? My ambition, narrow it down. Oh no, silver dagger. That was 3. That was 3. All right. So, I write a letter to Johnny, despite him being super judgy about the silver dagger, and I tell him all about how we've created this network down here on the Pacific coast to kind of pick up any downtrodden werewolves and find a place for them, a place and a purpose for them along the path, as every pack has like their own agendas. And how I have this new friend. This friend, Bethany, this other werewolf, who is the one doing all of that stuff. And how they seem nice, but you know me, I don't really trust anyone. But it's good to know that I have someone with a lot of connections now, and hopefully that'll help me find them. And I tell them how I'm really starting to catch Marisol's trail, and it'll be any day now. I'll finally find them and track them down. Then I asked them about, hey, how are you feeling? Like, are we feeling better? Have we healed from our grief of seeing our friend die in front of us to what is probably a Yeti? Are you how are you dealing with the news about like the Sanguine Paths, the Society of the Sanguine Paths, and how goes your ambition? Like, are you still looking for power? Like, what's the vibe here, my guy? Like, how we doing? And I send that letter off to see how Johnny's doing over in good old, well, I say good old England, but last time we talked, he was in China, so who knows where he's at this point. All right, so the next thing we do is a major arcana. That wasn't our major arcana, right? The Magician. Declare an ambition, develop a principle, forfeit an item. Let me progress, goddammit. It begins as a margin note in different handwriting and ends with you reevaluating what you thought you know about the almanac, its sender, and its purpose. While following the trail, you find a message for your eyes only. You have been chosen. The words haunt you. What does it mean? What do you fear? I declare an ambition, develop a principle, forfeit an item. My principle is my goal above the rest. I'm way too close to my end goal to just fall into anybody else's ambitions at this point. I don't have any other item except this silver dagger, I don't think. Well, I do have one other item, but that would be a little too devastating to lose, so we're just not going to lose that. I'd rather lose the dagger. I think the pendant will be a lot cooler otherwise. Oh, I guess I also have the pendant. The eyeglass thing. But I think the silver dagger is probably going to be funnier here after all I argued up and down for this stupid dagger only to just lose it. What would an item declare an ambition? My ambition is I'm going to the one that's ahead to the Sanguine Pass. One is for revenge. The other one is I have been chosen. My ambition is going to be ambition is who is E? Who is E? And that we'll make that a pretty big complexity. We'll add that as a 3. And we're losing the silver dagger. And okay, so what happens here is I'm reading through the margin in this handwriting, and some of this goes against what not only Lucian told me, but what's in the book from other people's handwriting. And it is sending me a lot of mixed signals. I can't tell if this is someone who's just like sour or angry, jealous about a situation that arose with, the Sanguine Paths, the Society of Sanguine Paths, or if this is all legitimate. I can't tell. It's hard to tell tone indicators through what's being written. The same thing with the people who are blowing smoke up the ass of the society. Like, I don't know if that's legitimate or it's propaganda. And it has me doubting a lot of things. But what I do know is that what I did, that is good. So while I am being shaken as to what my purpose is and if I should have left while I was ahead, I'm being shook by that decision making. You have been chosen kind of rocks me more. You have been chosen. What does that mean? Who's telling me that? And what am I being chosen for? And my fear arises from, it's a deep-seated fear of being chosen for more when I just want to rest. I just want this to be over because I want to be with my family again. And being chosen has much more implication than I'm willing to commit to. And it reinvigorates my ambition to get to my sire and kill them, but also if I make it past that, I finally get down to what the hell is this almanac and stuff. Maybe when I accomplish my oath, then something will appear to me, and then more things will make more sense. So that is where we are. That's where my ambition is. And so we head into the next section where we start getting, we start getting into minor arcanas, into the chronicle phase. You can't stand by and let this happen. I sure can. How do you take action? Develop a principle. Yesterday, this idea was no more than an itch at the back of your conscience. Today, you embrace it fully. What events have led to this wholehearted change on stance? Regress in ambition. Your goals take a backseat for a change. What sets you back, but also means your conscience is clear so you can sleep at night. Who is going to remember this good deed? Well, I'm unwilling to regress in ambition, so I guess we're developing another principle. Man, we're really getting a moral code here. You say develop. Oh, I'm supposed to be developing and not declaring principles, huh? I've been using the two words interchangeably. I told you they mean the same thing to me at this point. Okay. Develop a principle. So my principle here that I am changing up, my goal above the rest, don't trust anyone. Do I have another principle, or are those the only two I have? I think those are the only two I have left. I'm going to say it is going to be don't trust anyone. Because so many things have happened as of recent that's made me want to trust people. And I'm going to say that there was a situation in which I there was a situation in which I was standing up for somebody at this bar. But men don't, in these parts of the world, don't take very kindly to a woman telling them to shut up and sit down. And while I was fully ready to just like beat the shit out of some people, a group came in at that moment. A group of about 6-7 people, werewolves, and they came in and they backed me up. And but you aren't just a woman, you're a werewolf woman. That's what I'm saying, but they won't listen to me. And these 6 people walk in, about 3 women, 4 guys, and all distinctly smelling very, very lupine. And they come in and they immediately back me up. I don't know them. I've never seen any of them before. I don't think I've even heard of them before. But they come in, they back me up, and they sit down, they buy me a drink. And within minutes, we're laughing and joking as if we'd been friends forever. And at the end of the night, they pay the tab, including mine. And when we're outside of town, away from prying ears, I asked them, like, why did you do that? You don't even know me. And they're like, no. We don't know you, but we know Bethany. And Bethany told us that if that I've, her friend Soul, tracks up and down the coast often, and to keep a lookout if ever I came into town, and to make sure I didn't get into any trouble. And it's a good thing she did, because obviously you are a troublemaker. And then they laugh, and something about that really shifted something in my brain, in my psyche, because Bethany was already kind of hard to keep like at an arm's length, but just kind of knowing that that she truly does have my back. Like, she says it a lot. She said it a lot that, that no matter what, like, if you ever need anything, just go to her, and she'll help where she can. Just knowing that she did that, and then a group of people just came in and acted like we were friends forever, and they did that just out of the goodness of their heart, off of a recommendation from someone they also hardly knew. Yeah, that fundamentally shifted something in Soul. And so it goes from don't trust anyone to trust your friends. It also just healed something in Soul, because she's met a lot more good people than the bad in this half of the century. It's been a while since someone, betrayed her. There's always time, though. Next minor arcana. Her growth and ambition. Fucking finally. How do you discover you're never truly alone? When you needed a community, you found one ready and waiting to help you. Oh, this would have been good for the last one. Everyone pretend this was for the last one. Develop an actor. You find a kindred spirit, be they animal or human, who sticks by your side through thick and thin. Do you feel blessed to know them or filled with worry if the worst should happen to them? Or progress in ambition, someone who knows someone else who is exactly who you need in this moment. What roadblock do they remove for you? Bethany always knows someone who knows something, and I've been communicating with Bethany more often than not. We're not close geographically often, but when we are, I do like to make the trip over, and she also does, and we'll meet like halfway. And we meet up, and at some point I told her about Marisol, who I was looking for, this werewolf. And saying that, that I was looking for her, but it's been hard to track her down. And Bethany didn't have anything for me, but when I was in the general vicinity of sorry, I'm trying to get my my geography down. Somewhere in South Nevada, there's a new city popping up there. So there's a lot of movement there over by the Mojave. So I headed down there, and I got word from somebody who works with somebody who works with one of the packs that Bethany talks to fairly often. Found me and asked me if I was the person who was looking for Marisol. And I was like, who's asking? And he's like, a friend of Bethany's. And I was like, yeah, I am. Have you seen her recently? And he told me, yeah, she just passed here yesterday. She was heading down the Joshua Tree. And just like that, I'm the closest I've ever been to finding Marisol, my sire. And so I write a letter to Johnny. Or at least I start writing one when I get a letter from Johnny. Let's see. How's Johnny doing? The Empress. Forfeit an item, develop an actor, forfeit a principle. Ooh. A passing conversation lingers, a conflict brews with your beliefs, the evidence, and your suspicion someone close is hiding something. In the Almanac, you find the words underlined. It starts with the conversation, but doesn't end there. What's your conclusion? This one was a hard one to narrow down. This was a long paragraph. I think this was like 3 paragraphs I condensed into this. But basically, the Almanac tells you something is happening here. Oh, Johnny. And I received this letter from Johnny. It's a little concerning. Johnny seems to be really going through something, but when haven't we ever? I write a letter to Johnny telling him that he should, when is he going to come to the Americas? He's gone all over Europe and Asia at this point. It's time for him to come to the New World. And maybe we can meet one day. And if not, here are my recommendations of places to definitely go. And telling him if he doesn't trust people close to him, move on. You have friends in other places. Don't stick around where you don't. And he tells me about, these situations that's arising for him, and how he thinks that he needs to just get a change of scenery. And I tell him, come to the US. They're expanding like bunnies here. There's plenty of people to know, and a lot of really good food. Because I've not heard good things about your food over there. So, and he responds to some of my questions, and tells me that he's still working towards bettering the world by bettering himself, but he liked my the thing I was doing with the sanguine paths, and setting up that network, and it sounds like something worthy, something like really cool, and something he'd be interested in like going and checking out and maybe helping out with. And whenever he ended up in the States, and I tell him, it's time, like, come on over. How long do we have to go? Where, bunnies? And yeah, he responds to a couple of my questions about how he's doing, what's your friend count at, and and I kind of just give him some sage advice, really, as he goes through this time of losing his religion, losing his kind of place in his own book, right? Like, sometimes you just have to put it down and pick it up somewhere else. And I highly encourage him to pick it up somewhere else. And there's good people out there. You just have to find them. And, not everyone is a lost cause. Not even you. And I then continue to tell him about how I'm a day behind Marisol, my sire. I write to him about my fears, and I tell him how I'm excited to finally be able to do this. I thought after so long, maybe my lust for revenge would have diminished, but it hasn't. In fact, I'm only excited. I'm more excited than anything else to finally be able to rest the souls of my son and my wife. And so, I tell him that while I may not have trusted many people for very long, in and out of being almost murdered, having to watch my back for over a decade, at the end of the day, I finally got to my endpoint. And if he wants to also, he'll get there. He'll reach his endpoint. He'll reach his goal, his ambitions. Just keep fighting. Just keep trying. Keep your head up, kid. And with that, I send off that letter, and I come back to where my things are, and I walk off with my things, heading down towards Joshua Park, taking the trail that Travis, the guy who told me about Marisol, leading me in the same direction. And so I head off that way. Eventually I catch a scent, It's odd. It smells familiar, but I guess they are my sire. Maybe it's similar to my scent. Um, I Soul doesn't know much about a sire-re relationship. Obviously, she's never had that. She was left to die um, when things went down. So she kind of had to do this all herself. And you hear things from other people, you read things, but you don't really understand what this kind of relationship is at the end of the day until you're here. You look through the looking glass and you find her. And it's hard to tell because everything kind of looks the same. But all it does is kind of confirm that you're on the trail. He's right. You're about a day behind her, but she's not traveling with purpose. She's kind of meandering if the scent is anything to go by. And so you keep following the scent until one night near a creek, you finally catch up. And it's close. And you've been waiting for this moment. She's been waiting for this moment for 50, 60, 70 years now. And we're right there at a campfire ahead of her is her sire. And as she goes and she sneaks around, having dropped her pack 100 meters back, 200 meters back, she circles around a direction where her footfalls will be masked by the creek, even to our enhanced ears. And so I move closer and closer until I'm in pouncing range. And a lot of thoughts are running through Soul's mind. She's thought about this moment every night for years. What she would do, what would she do when the moment finally arose? Would she go in for the kill immediately? Would she walk up to them and speak to them? Would she drag it out like her sire did her and her family? She didn't know. And so in this moment, all plans out the window. I guess you really do never know what you're going to do until the situation actually happens to you. So Soul pounces and attacks her sire from behind, this Marisol. It grabs her and goes for the kind of trying to pummel them to death kind of approach. But it's not exactly the most successful, especially not against another werewolf, even if they are kind of unaware of what's happening. Almost an instinct, Soul is flung off of Marisol. And as Sol is fucking yeeted across the way, almost like a cat, turns around and lands on her feet and her hands, adrenaline spiked through the roof, ready to tumble, ready to take on this issue head on, ready to murder her sire. And as she turns to see her sire through the fire, standing there, hair out of place, in a defense stance, she looks at you and you look at her. And that's when you realize it really was your worst fear come to life. The fear she wrote to Johnny. The fear that laid in her heart as soon as she got the descriptions and the names. Marisol. It wasn't just a coincidence. This was her, Marisol. Her wife. She doesn't understand. She doesn't understand why she's here. A werewolf? Her sire? And Marisol standing there looking like she's seen a ghost. Eyes wide. Unable to comprehend what she's seeing in front of her. And you also dumbly standing there, fighting position, fallen, as you stare at her and she stares at you. You don't know, you don't understand. You blink and you start to remember more about what happened that night in between everything. You're not sure if this is you, you're not sure if this is her. You see yourself dragging yourself into the house. You wake up, you remember seeing in the aftermath, the blood, so much blood. Your son. You remember going, you remember yelling, finding, looking for Marisol. Why? Looking for her. She wasn't in there. She wasn't there. Yelling. Confused. You didn't know what was happening to you. You didn't know what was happening to her. Going back to the house, burying your son. Setting up an empty grave for your wife. You don't know what? You don't understand. Who are you? She finds herself asking. And Marisol standing there, dumbfounded, not understanding what's happening. And this makes Sol mad. That fury, that hatred in her soul, her family torn from her, and her cursed to walk this world with nigh immortality and a long life. Walking up to her and shakes her. And shakes her and it's trying to get Marisol to respond, because this isn't Marisol, this is something else, a shapeshifter. Surely that has to be something, right? Until she does answer. Sol? No. No, no, no. 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 And she looks at The soul looks at Marisol's eyes. She understands. She sees the guilt. She sees the disbelief. How? I don't. You were in the house. And with that, Marisol, silent tears falling from her eyes, tells a tale of how she snuck out to go find the moonflowers that Sol loved, you know. Aside from her name being Sun, Marisol always thought it was funny that she loved the moon glow flowers. So she went off to go find some, and that's when she was attacked. A wolf passing by got her and didn't kill her, but did turn her. And it being a full moon, turned her, healed her. And that was her first night as a werewolf. I guess she must have gone back to a familiar scent and unable to control her wolf destroyed her entire life. When she woke up in the morning, full of blood, panicking, her sire came up to her and helped her understand and advised her not to go back, that he would go see what happened and explain to her what she had done. She had lived in guilt for years and years and years, and only recently started to heal, started the road to try and forgive herself for what she had done, although it was hard. And that's when she starts touching Sol, trying to make sure that she's real, not just another hallucination, not just another manifestation of her imagination, that this was really her wife. Telling her he said she was dead. If she hadn't known, she would have gone back. No matter what, she would have gone back. And she's like, you have to hate me. I hate me. And Sol does. Sol does hate her. Her entire world has been flipped. Her entire purpose in life has been tracking down her sire. Her perilous sire, who left her there to clean up their mess, his mess. The one that made her bury her wife and her son. And yet, here she stands. 60, 70 years later. Sol deflates. All purpose, all her rightful rage just flowed out of her body and gone, left with nothing but cold hatred in her soul. Her wife abandoned them. When they were dead, I would have just left them there to rot. She couldn't handle this, but she also can't kill Marisol. No, not when she's alive. It's too confusing. It's all too much. She backs up and runs off. Marisol makes a movement to follow, but in the end, she doesn't. Sol doesn't know how long she ran. A while. Until she fell down from exhaustion, which means she must have run a lot. Until she falls to the floor, unable to move another inch. She flips over onto her back. Is it the same night? Is it tomorrow? She doesn't even know, really. She doesn't know where she is, where she's been. As she flops onto her back and looks at the stars in the sky, the moon slowly rising and slowly falling, she goes to grab the almanac out of her pack. And as she goes to grab it, it shocks her. Like physically shocks her. She goes again and it does it again and again and again. Almost moving away with each attempt. Until her name on top of the almanac dissolves into the book itself. And bursts into flames in front of her. She doesn't understand, but she also doesn't really have the energy left in her to figure out what this means, what it will mean. She just lays back and looks at the sun, looks at the moon, stars, looks at the moon, and just thinks about her journey to this point. This was the day she was supposed to kill her sire and then herself. And now neither of those two things can happen. And now she has to figure out if she has it in her to forgive Marisol and if she's going to have the time to forgive Marisol. She hopes she meets Johnny again one day, but for now, let the consequences happen. She doesn't have that much fight left in her anyways. And with that, our story ends. That's where Marisol, we leave Marisol. Sol and Marisol. Although I think I named her Mariel in the beginning, but I can't remember for the life of me. But if it is Mariel, let's just all pretend it's Marisol now, okay? Let's just give that to me. It's Marisol now. We'll just pretend I dubbed Marisol at the beginning, if it is Marisol. But yeah, that's Sanguine Paths. I did force a little bit of an ending there because this has got a little bit long. Luckily we did get the 3 ambitions though, just so we all know. I didn't cheat that. I did get my 3 ambitions on. You guys can't see it at all, but I have 3. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Right there. I got my 3 ambitions there. Check, and check. So, you're supposed to just like conclude the ambition as soon as you progress the ambition and you accomplish it. But I wanted to kind of encompass the ending also. Because I kind of knew how the ending was going to go. And the card that gave me the progress ambition wasn't really great. I wish it was one of the other cards that I drew in the prior round that gave me the progress ambition. But, we just have to take the W's where we can get them. And the cards are more of a suggestion than anything else. So we take those where we can. But yeah, so that was the end of the Almanac of Sanguine Paths. It's a really fun system. I very much recommend it. A little weird champ to run on stream. I do wish I had read the entirety of the rules prior to last night, because I did not realize all of this existed. Otherwise, I would have been a little bit smoother with some of the rules and understanding like what you do in what phase and stuff like that. But we got a little bit in the groove there near the end. But yeah, that was the Almanac of Sanguine Paths by Rory Monteford. Oh boy, what did I name this? Sanguine. If you're interested, there is their itch.io link. It's really cool. This is one of the books I definitely wish I had a print of. I love all the art and the way the book is laid out. It's just very pretty on the inside. And I would love a physical version of it. They also have another game called the Dead Letters Society, and that one has to do with vampires. It is this game, but vampires. It's also the first version. This is the second version they wrote. So it goes Dead Letters Society, the Poets Society, Dead Letters Society, and then the Almanac of Sanguine Paths. They're both Rory Monteford's games. And they are both look pretty good. But I've done a lot of vampire things lately. Here in the latter half of the year. So I was just like, you know what? Let me just do a solid here and only do werewolves on this one. So, exactly. We gotta do some werewolves here every once in a while. Also, this is kind of a sneak peek into how we're gonna do Tangled Blessings next Wednesday, which has a similar kind of vibe, but a little less loosey-goosey. The Almanac of Sanguine Paths, the way you end the game is either you reach a nice narrative end, or at the beginning of the game, you kind of decide how many letters you want to send back and forth to each other. Because this is mostly written to be a two-person game. So I write a letter, then you write a letter, then I write a letter, you write a letter. And a lot of this, me talking about like, oh, the major arcana, you mean this? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that in my mind. And keep that in my brain and just write it down, what I think happens. And then I'm just going to keep that there for a while I go in and I get the other person's letter. And then I'm going to pull some minor arcana cards and then use my 3 points. Then we're going to go ahead and read their letter. Then we're going to come back. And then now it's our turn to write the letter. So a lot of the things that I just kind of narrated my way through were things that you would have just kept in your little noggin until you actually wrote the letter, which is why when it came to writing the letter, it was kind of just like a summarization of what I've already done. And yeah, so that is that. Again, in this book, Settings can be wherever. I decided in like an 1800s, late 1700s, early 1800s sort of Western United States area, which was also previously Mexico. I don't exactly remember when it became not Mexico. And so it's kind of like a loosey-goosey historical detail because I don't remember much about many details about that time. But I knew I wanted it to be in that location because I wanted it to have the sort of settlement kind of side plot that was happening. Then you can set the tone however you want. I decided to go with sort of like more this searching for missing people, conspiracy betrayal, supernatural kind of vibe because I had this idea for this character who became a vampire or became a werewolf, and her entire family was killed as a result, and she survived. I wanted that kind of like survivor's guilt kind of dealio. And I wanted it to be a dark tale of her doing whatever it took to kill her sire. And then I had the idea later on when I was reading some of these cards, actually, it's about what if her wife survives / what if her wife was the werewolf? And that was just kind of like ruminating in my mind, just trying to see if that's how I wanted the story to end. I was like, either this is going to have like a really nice, like bow tie end of a story, or it's not. And when I pulled that, like, oh, the Almanac Society is good. In fact, or it wasn't even the Almanac people. It was just like, oh, things are good or things are happening after all this bad stuff's happened to you. Here's like this really nice thing that's happening. And I knew that the Almanac, me being sus of the Almanac, was really one of my biggest issues. So I was like, let's do that. Let's do that one. And that meant that because I had kind of like a happy ending there, and then that kind of only continued to develop as to like, hey, now you did this really cool thing. Now what? I decided, hey, let's not give you the happy ending. Let me instead actually do the bad ending for you, in which you because you're supposed to break your oath. That is a rule. You have to break your oath on the Almanac. Because I believe that's how you get rid of the Almanac. It's kind of like vague what happens when you break your oath, but I think that just means like you're no longer in the society or whatever. But that's why I left it like, I don't know if that's good or bad. And then also I was concerned about, I also, like I said, I didn't really think about what was going to happen when they met together, but I just knew it was going to be sad. I just wanted it to be kind of sad. So that's and not a happy ending, because that's a little more fun. It's a little more fun to be emotionally devastating than not. What else? Yes. So, Tangled Blessings. Oh, yeah. No. Not Tangled Blessings, Sanguine Paths. You can do your genre wherever. Again, I just decided the 1800s in the United States. There's also the length of the game can be however long. It could just be real time. It could be just literally a week. Your werewolves can be however you want them to look. You know, they could be half wolf, half human. They could be all wolf. They could be like Teen Wolves, you know, the show, you know, like they could be any of those. They can have any sort of werewolf abilities. I just decided to go with a big wolf. Big wolf. I also wanted to be last long life because I wanted it to be a slow burn revenge story, and I wanted it to be nigh immortality because I think it's devastating to think how our character found that out. How Soul found that out. And then why she turned to revenge instead. Then, yeah, your werewolves could be whatever. Humans can be whatever. Werewolf society can be whatever. Really, the background and all of that stuff, what you decide it to be. They have some pre-gens at the end of the book, but this is what I decided. Then, also like setting the tone. It could be like a romance. It could be friendship. It could be like a happy story. It could be a political story. It could be a story about forgiveness. You could be trying to cure lycanthropy. And yeah, so it could be like even more of like a murder mystery, you know, whatever you want, it could be. It's not, nothing is set in stone in this book except the prompts. And even the prompts are like, hey, if this isn't serving your narrative, that's fine. Just choose another one or take it however you want. These are here as suggestions rather than strict rulings. Although you can make them strict rulings, it just doesn't have to be if you don't want it to be. Which is good in my case. Although I would have done it anyways. Rules are just suggestions, not concrete. If it doesn't serve my fun, I don't need to do it, you know? Especially when it's a solo play that I'm doing on stream, you know? And so, yeah, there's a lot. This ended up being 8 pages of notes, by the way, if you guys were wondering how much this ended up being. I'll throw it over here. This is usually how I write my notes. Shout out to my rules. Don't be a bitch. Is really what it ended up being. Just like, don't be an asshole were the rules. But yeah, so you can see this is my bullet points of everything in the book, all the rules, anything I felt like I needed to know. Even did the character sheet because I contemplated doing a character sheet in the same way I did the sheet for Case Closed. Oh, yeah. So starting from about here, develop an asset. Starting from about there is where I realized I had a lot more to write down, and I did. This was all that was left after that. And this last bit is how to play the game, essentially. But yeah, so that's what it is. Also, the book is a little bit better because also this is what we were listening to. We were listening to Lonely Frontier Wild West Folk Music Jams 2024. This was the other thing we were looking at. There's something in this book I wanted to show you, but I don't remember. Hold on. Okay, we reached the end. Oh, what was I gonna show you? Oh no, what was I gonna show you in the book? I don't remember anymore. Oh no. Oh, look at this cool photo. I was gonna talk something about the book. I just don't remember what it was gonna be. Oh no. Well, anyways. It's a cool system. It's a cool book. I love the artwork inside of the book. Again, wish I had this as a physical book. If they ever sell one, I'm definitely going to be looking into it. Because I think it looks dope. But yeah, so it had something to do with tables. Oh, it had something to do with tables, and I don't remember what it was. I don't remember. But yeah, so I hope you guys like the cool little cool stuff I did here with like putting the items here, putting the picture there, then doing this. Also the Oh yeah, I didn't do any of this, but I also had this up. It's just because I already knew kind of like what I wanted the origin story to be. But there's like a whole thing for how you found the almanac. So like these are the three random rolled things I got. Like you woke up nervous but determined. What were you planning? Why did they change? The smell permeates in your clothes. It's intense. What does it remind you of? The almanac is old. Page from 150. It feels familiar. What does it say? Um, and like you received news today. I think these are to just like interact with the almanac, but I didn't at all because time was taking a little too long. So I just tried to interact with the almanac how I could. But there is like more story with the almanac that you can interact with. I just didn't. Because I felt the time ticking away and I was like, oh, I need this to go. I shouldn't have chosen 3 progress for this ambition. But yeah, it's fun. It's obviously a long game. I definitely shortened it in efforts to get this under 5 hours. What else do I want to say about the system? It was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed also doing all of this, even though it kept me up until the very morning. I also enjoyed doing this. I wish I would have like done a few more of these, so I could fill this up. I wanted this to have that energy of like those word collages that some of them like go up and down also. I just thought for readability, I probably shouldn't do that, but I like this idea of doing these traits because again it's literally just a list of traits that they show up with. Let me find an example of it. So the way I have to do these things for a streamer bot to randomly roll them is I have to type them all out. And I have to type them out one line at a time in a text document. Oh, like this. Here we go. So like here, you see all of these are werewolf traits. That entire paragraph are just werewolf traits. I think it's like 87, 97 or something like that. It's an intense amount. Let's just put it that way. And that's why I was like, let me just choose 4 at a time. That feels like a good number. I have to choose 4. Let's just do 4 at a time. Sounds good to me. But yeah, so this was also, I literally did this at 4 p.m. today. So a lot of quick work. I had to, like I said, thank God I can copy and paste from the PDF in a clean format, that it's not all funky, because all of this was just copy and paste. I did not look at a single word of this. 56 cards. Again, it's 56 cards you have to go through. It's a lot of cards. So there's more to this. There's supposed to be 3 words here above this that if you don't like this prompt, you just use those 3 words to kind of like lead you into this. But I did not have the time. Because I was sick this week. Unfortunately, I was sick this weekend or like early this week, and I wasn't able to like live up to my timeline. So I had to push it into today, but that's fine. We got it done. It looks good enough to me. And it ended up being more work than I thought it was going to be, which also fucked with my timeline. But next Wednesday, we're going to be doing Tangle Blessings, a Magical Academy game in which we are invited to this magical academy in wherever the fuck I want, I guess. This magical academy. We are adults. We had an adult life, and we were sent a letter being like, hey, you're magical, and we would like you to join the school. And so you choose to go to the school, obviously, and you spend 4 years there developing your magical abilities. And at the end of it, you kind of like get offered a job, essentially. You are the top student along with your rival, and it's a journaling game also, but it's shorter than Sanguine Almanac or Sanguine Pass because it's not in letter format. It's kind of just like in journal format where you're literally just being like, well, last year or year 1, this is what happened to me. Year 2, this is what happened to me. Year 3, this is what happened to me. Year 4, this is what happened to me. And now this is my final exam. Close journal. Now let me tell you about my final exam as we play through it. In which I have to battle my rival for my spot at the top. And I make it sound all fun and games, but it's a curse academy where bad things happen, and surviving is a luxury, not a right. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna hopefully we make it a little bit scary and creepy. And I tried to do that with this one, but I sometimes lose a plot to the narrative, and that's on me. That's on me. That's on me. If it's not directly scary, I forget. So I hope you guys enjoyed our game of the Almanac of Sanguine Paths. I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the narrative, and I like the journey we used to get there. I like Johnny a lot more than I thought I was going to like Johnny. They tried to kill me so many times. It's genuinely impressive. Genuinely, there's not that many cards in this game that are kill yourself, like kill your character. But boy, oh boy, did we find it. Did we find them all, I think. I did mix up declare and develop principles and develop other things a couple of times, and that is just my brain going. So apologies for any time I declared instead of developed. That's on me. And honestly, probably would have made the narrative a little easier on me had I realized until that very last time I did it. Shout out to the Silver Dagger for getting lost. The other item I had, by the way, was my wife's pendant. My wife had a pendant that she wore, and it was the only thing left I could find of her. I found it out in the woods. It's something I completely forgot to mention until I didn't mention it at the end, and I was like, ooh, I've never established this item, therefore I cannot just bring it up now. But that was the item. And that was supposed to be the hint. This could be Marisol. It could not, because I never found the body was kind of the thing. I just didn't know how to bring it up in not a gruesome way. So I just kind of didn't mention it. But yeah, so next Wednesday, we have Tangled Blessings, same time, either 6 or 7 p.m. 7 p.m. felt good to me, but I know that some people prefer 6 p.m. So we'll see. It's supposed to be a shorter game, so probably 7 p.m. actually. Then tomorrow, Thursday, I'm going to be doing our 100 Days of Horror with Kalino. We're coming down to the wire on that one. We have 3 more streams. This one on Thursday, next Monday, and then on Halloween. So I hope to see you guys continue on with that. Friday, I will be also streaming. I think we're just going to do like a regular Minecraft stream. I think I have most of the things done for Tangled Blessings except the overlay. And quite genuinely, the overlay is the thing that is going to take me the least amount of time now. So then on Monday, again, we'll be back with 100 Days of Horror with Kalino. Tuesday, hey, do you guys want to hear a secret? Do you guys want to hear a secret, guys? On Tuesday, you can find me over on twitch.tv/otherdoc playing in their 9 Fox Gambit game. We had our session 0 yesterday on Tuesday. That's why I didn't stream. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to playing with the crew. I've got a fun character that I'm hoping is going to do some fun stuff with the dynamic of the group. And, just so you guys know, on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you can find me over on twitch.tv/otherdoc. Anyways, I need you to speak clearly and more loudly into the mic. Just so you guys know, that's what's happening. Twitch.tv/otherdoc. But yeah, that's where you can find me on Tuesday. Their first game back is going to be on Tuesday. My first game is going to be on Tuesday. Then we're skipping the week after that, and then it's smooth sailing afterwards. Next Wednesday, like I said, it's going to be Tangled Blessings. Thursday is going to be our last day of 100 Days of Horror with Kalino. Then Friday is just probably going to be a chill day because Wednesday, October has been a month and a half, and I want to play my brain rot games. I miss them, and I want to sit here and I just want to play my my head empty, no thought games, or head empty, very little thoughts games. So yeah, so that is the schedule into the end of October and to the end of next week. Then November, I think, it's not the last week of November. I think it's the week before. Yeah, on November 20th, that's a Wednesday, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, I'm going to be doing my 1680, my Void 1680 game. And I think the theme's going to be Billie Eilish. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet, but I feel confident enough in all the things I need to do to get that game done that I can get it done in a month. Considering everything I've done for these games, that are significantly easier to set up, or significantly more difficult to set up than Void 1680. So that one for sure is happening next month on the 20th of November, the week before American or the United States Thanksgiving. Then, also that Tuesday, November 5th, I will not be streaming. I will in fact be, is it November 5th? No, that's December. October? November, there we go. November 5th, I'm going to not be streaming because instead I will be off doing my civic duty by voting. So if you guys want to, make sure to go out and vote. If you haven't already, I know early voting started this week. So I encourage you guys to go do so. Then, yeah, so 1680 next month, Tangled Blessings next week, starting over in the Other Docs channel on Tuesday. And then right now, that's all I got going on, but we'll find out. We'll see what's going down. Like I told a friend who I'm trying to plan something with for her next year, actually, for when I expand game night to not just being solo games, but also duo GM-less games with friends. I have nothing going on yet, but I'm sure something will come up. But I will pretty much always try to keep my Wednesdays open for game night shenanigans. So, yeah, that is what's going on with me. I hope you guys enjoyed Sanguine Paths. It was a very fun game, if not a little long, but it is what it is. What are you going to do? That's how journaling games go. And I am happy with the way it went, considering I didn't really know how it was going to go in a verbal exchange. So hopefully this wasn't too much information for you guys. It wasn't too busy. Tango Blessings is going to have less of this, less words. It's going to be more phrases like that. But yeah, so thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, nights. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. Don't forget to vote if you're in the United States. And I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye. And also over on twitch.tv/otherdoc. Make sure to find me on Tuesdays. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for lurking. Thank you so much for subbing. It all is a support that I very much appreciate. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your nights. Thank you so much for your support. This took a while. This took a while, just so you know. This went from being a short little aside thing I was going to do to something that I wish I was doing next week instead of this week, because Tangled Blessings was closer to being done than Sanguine Paths last night. So I was also concerned today because I didn't have internet at all today. FYI, just so you guys know, my internet came back about 30 minutes before stream. So they were working on it all day. You can't see my sarcastic air quotes. They were working on it all day, and then there was a network disruption that happened afterwards. So yeah, I wasn't happy about that, but I am excited that we got to play this today. Although I'm not gonna lie to you, wouldn't have been mad if I didn't run it today. I could have used another 4 or 5 hours to refine everything. Everything to do with the stream. But, you know, it worked. At the end of the day, it worked. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I will see you guys all in the next one. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest